All right, good evening, everyone. I want to thank our audience members again for your patience this evening as we took a while to come out of closed session. I'm going to go ahead and call our regular meeting to order at 8:19 p.m. and ask our Deputy City Clerk to please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Ladiju. Mayor Source.
Here.
Councilmember Matulik.
Present.
Councilmember Gordon.
Present.
Councilmember Palmares.
Present.
Councilmember Matias.
Here.
And I will note Vice Mayor Bergenzer is absent.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to our third item, the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please stand and join council for the pledge. All right, thank you all. And I realize we had the report out of closed session on our open session agenda. We did that at the end of closed session. I was trying to expedite getting us started. So we have already done our report out from closed session this evening, which is going to bring us to presentations and commendations, of which we have none, which then brings us to our first community forum. We'll go ahead and start the clock for community forum. I do believe we have some in-person speakers though, so let's see how many speakers we have.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have 5 speakers.
All right, let's take our 5 in-person speakers. If we do end up having some extra time, we can call off maybe one online speaker, but we most likely for our online speakers will ask you to wait for the second community forum because we have a lot to get through this evening. Let's go ahead and call our in-person speakers.
Yes, the first 3 speakers are Vallejo NAACP, Eli Smith, and Apostle Anthony Summers.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm Patricia Hunter. I'm the president of the NAACP Vallejo Branch 1081. We're happy to be here, all of us in here this evening. I'd like to introduce our first VP, Mr. Tony Stewart. He's our Political Actions Chair. I believe all of you have received a communication from us. And so Mr. Stewart, our Political Action Chair, will be reading this evening. Thank you.
And since there are several of you, if you need just a little bit more time at the end, we're happy to extend it a little bit.
Okay, I don't think it will take all the time. Well, first I want to say we thank City Manager Murray for meeting monthly with us, and we appreciate your commitment to continuing that in 2026 and beyond. As community leaders, we want to make sure that we have a relationship with city staff and making sure that city staff understands that the community is heard and make sure that we are understood. But tonight we're here out of concern and deep concern. We're out here of deep concern for the lack of leadership, actually, and the accountability from the city manager, and the impact that it has on city council's ability to carry out the people's work. Vallejo residents deserve a government that functions with transparency, collaboration, and urgency. We are unequivocally certain inaction and lack of leadership have created barriers and hindered Vallejo's progress. The people expect a representative to be able to debate, decide, and enact policy. But they cannot do that when they face delays, stalls, unclear processes, shifting guidance. These breakdowns erode trust and weaken capacity to govern. When basic requests stall, when follow-through is inconsistent, when departments lack direction, it obstructs the people's business. Vallejo is facing major issues: public safety, economic development, development of attainable housing, and trust. And at this moment, leadership is not optional, it is essential. We need a city manager that leads, cooperates, and takes accountability. We urge unity on the city council, ensuring that all members receive respect, accurate information, support, and transparency. We call on the city manager to uphold a higher standard of leadership. Our community is strongest when the government operates with integrity, clarity, and purpose. It is time, quite honestly past time, for you to meet that standard, Mr. Murray. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Eli Smith.
Hi. I'm here. There's been a lot of talk about the warming centers not being open, which rightfully so. It's incredibly, incredibly cold. But I wanted to actually address something else about the warming centers, which is the execution. The last time the city opened a warming center, it was not much more than a cold, empty cement room. There was no heat on the first night, and attendance was in the single digits every night. There was no outreach and no effort to lead a collaboration with local organizations in order to provide transportation. Local collaborating organizations such as the Union, Vallejo Together, had to independently scramble to tackle this task. The location selected was absolutely abysmal, not accessible to the majority of our unhoused people, who, most of them didn't even know that it was open. There are inherent basic challenges that people who want to use a warming center face. They can't leave their things, or they could be stolen. They will not leave their pets outside in the cold. And many other challenges. And these are challenges that are basic knowledge for anybody who works in this field or who lives outside and can be solved with proper planning. I applaud those on the council who have urged city management to use discretion to open the warming centers. But I ask that you go a step further and demand that they offer a warming center that people can actually use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Apostle Anthony Summers, and after Apostle Summers, we will have Andreas Schmidt and Daniel Boone.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, Attorney Neb, Mr. Murray. Again, I am Anthony Summers, and I just came tonight really to bless and not blast, because this has been a very interesting year as we close out 2025. I started it in January, getting a late night 5150 call and had to go to a funeral the next day, and then a kid that worked for us got shot. But there were so many things that happened throughout this year, but things continued to climb in the upward direction. And one of the things that I know is that as we think, so we become. And I'm really glad to have you as the leadership of this city. You are the shepherds of our city. And we are, in fact, Madam Mayor, you know, you and I talk about being repairers of the breach, right? And there's an addendum to that particular scripture, if you all don't mind. And it said that we're also the restorer of the streets in which we dwell. In other words, our charge is to make things better. And so as we conclude this year and look forward to 2026, I just stopped by tonight to encourage you that in spite of what naysayers or whomever else says anything bad about this city, I defend this city. Personally, I call Vallejo the city of God. It's a city of hope. I believe that there's opportunity here. As a matter of fact, the sign coming across the Carquinez Bridge used to read Vallejo, the city of hope. We need to put it back up there, or the city of opportunity. And so we have an opportunity to regain that, to restore that, so that people will always think well of us. And one thing I do know as I take my seat, we don't overcome bad with more bad. We overcome bad with good. So I want to encourage us as leaders, as well as this august body, to make sure as we're talking about our city, talking about our representatives, let's lift it up. Let's make it good. And as we go into this new year, we have a chance to just redeem some of the bad and continue to make things good. So I bless our police department. I bless our young people. And I would encourage you to do the same. Encourage our business people so we can have all hands on deck and have a healthy 2026. God bless you and thank you for this time.
Thank you.
Next is Andreas Schmidt. Next would be Daniel Boone.
And we don't have any other in person. All right, so we can take one online speaker then, at least.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd just like to tag on to what was just said. It has been 2025, just a year when media has been full of cruelty and hatred and all kinds of things that can drag you down. But I was out for a walk on Mare Island on Friday afternoon, and I saw volunteers out in the cold setting up for the Christmas tree lighting over there so that kids and their families would have a place to come out and see the wonder of a Christmas tree lighting. And then the next day I came down to the farmer's market, saw dozens of volunteers out setting up for the Mad Hatter Parade. And that kind of stuff is uplifting because when you see that happen, you realize, yep, there's a lot of stuff going wrong and bad in Washington and lots of places in the world. But we have a lot of good people here in Vallejo, more good than the people that would want to drag us down. So, yes, sir, as we close out this year, it's good to focus on the good things that we have here. And one of the good things that we have here is we have a lot of businesses in Vallejo that sell things. And so I usually get up here and give this reminder at this time of year. If you still have Christmas shopping to do, we hear all the time about Vallejo needing money. Keep the money here. Buy things here. It's real easy to pick up your phone and order something for the guy that's got an 800-foot yacht. It takes a little more energy to get up and leave your house and go to a Vallejo business. But those business people, they are part of our community, the community we're trying to uplift. So if you've still got money to spend on Christmas, keep it local. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we can take at least one online speaker if we can call the first one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Calvin Harrell, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
If you are speaking, Mr. Hurrell, we cannot hear you. Is he unmuted?
He's still muted.
Okay.
Okay, I
There
think
you
I'm
are, we got
unmuted
you.
now. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking tonight. I'm going to primarily focus on one issue, and that's management of the evening. Meetings are scheduled at 7 p.m. It is inappropriate, if not disgusting, that we stand, sit, stay online for excessively long because a meeting runs late. I can't imagine what matters are being discussed that cause us as a citizen group to have to wait for the start of a meeting. It's a management issue. The closed door session should end 15 minutes before. You guys should be ready to hit the stage at 7 p.m. so that respectfully, the meetings don't last until midnight or later. Respectfully, you recognize that the citizens are due or should be able to listen to the matters at hand at a regular starting time. I lay this at the hands of the people that are in management of the city. Council can be discussing matters, but the management of the city are responsible for setting up and making sure that things are timely. This is a pattern that we see. Things are not timely. I've been waiting for a call back from the planning department for 4 days, I believe now, for some information. I haven't received it yet. What is going on in downtown, in the city hall, that we can't start a meeting on time, that we don't get the services we need? And we're talking baseline services. Starting a meeting, we don't need to get into the warming centers or anything else like that. I don't need to discuss that. I want to find out why is it that we can't start a simple meeting on time? Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, that is, all right, well, let's take one more online speaker then, if we have one.
David H., you have the floor.
Hey, I'll keep it brief.
Give us 1 second, we cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry, is this better?
If you can get, if it's possible to get closer to the mic,
I'm right on it.
that is improving slightly.
Okay, but unfortunately, oh shoot.
It's still pretty faint. And we've got, it looks like we've got you turned up as high as we can in here.
Yeah. Is this better?
It is not.
Dang it. Okay.
Okay, I think we got you. There it is, yep. All right.
Okay. I just wanted to remind the council to be brave and represent us citizens, and remember that we're all there voting for you. And I'd also like to ask if we could move item 9C forward in the schedule instead of waiting for it to come at the current schedule time. And that'd be it. Thanks.
Was that it?
Yep, that's it.
All right, thank you very much. All right, that's our community forum. Thank you to all our speakers. We'll have one more opportunity closer to the end of the meeting. With that, we will move on to our consent calendar. We'll go ahead and open up public comment for those wishing to speak with City Council on items on our consent calendar this evening. And as part of our motion for the consent calendar, we're also going to be approving the agenda for this evening. And we are going to I'm going to thoughtfully propose some changes to the agenda to account for the fact that we got started a little bit late and that we have some guests on the line and some members of the public here. So at the request of some folks and members of the City Council, my proposal is to take item C first. 9C, we're talking about the action calendar, thank you. To take item 9C first, then items A and B. And then to go to item F, that came at the request of a council member, and then back to item E and end with item D. Okay, we have a comment. You want to turn on your mic and ask that?
So I'd like to make a friendly motion. I'd like to bring E in front of F because F is a much longer conversation.
We're okay with that? I'm fine with that. So we will go, unless people disagree. We're going to move item C up to the front, then A and B. And then there was a request to move up item F, which is the referrals. Councilmember Ledeju has asked to have E go before F. So we would go C, A, B. I mean, item D is going to be extremely quick, presumably, but we'd be going C, A, B, E, F, D. All right, do we have any public comment on the consent calendar? Any in person? All right, let's go ahead and call our online.
Yes, we do have one speaker for the consent calendar, and that would be Daniel Boone.
And then one online as well? No, none online, okay. We'll just get Mr. Boone here.
I'd request that you pull item L at least long enough to have someone explain how Raftellus was chosen. I think there's a lot of public interest in this particular, in these particular performance evaluations, and I think the public here and listening in would like to know how Raftellus was chosen. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other commenters? All right, with that, we're looking for an approval a motion to approve the agenda as amended And I see Councilmember Palmares.
Yeah, I was hoping to pull item L.
Okay, we're going to pull
Just to
item
respond to that
L, and
question.
we'll make that 8.1.
Thank you.
So I'm seeing any other items we'd wish to pull? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the consent calendar with making item 8L as 8.1, and for the agenda, that the agenda sequence be 9C, A, B, E, F, and then D.
All right, so let's go ahead and vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, that's going to bring us to our new item 8.1, previously consent item L, authorize staff to enter into a consultant services agreement with Raftellus for facilitation services for city manager and city attorney performance evaluations. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Palmares, who pulled the item.
Good evening, Ms. Fuentes. Yeah,
evening.
could you please respond to that commenter about how we arrived at Raftellus?
Sure. So we conducted an RFP. I think we ended up with about 9 firms who responded to that. From there, the city manager and city attorney went through and scored them. And council was also provided with the proposals to score as well. Raftellus ended up scoring the highest in that. And so we moved forward with Raftellus.
All right.
And to be clear, there were multiple categories that we quantitatively ranked each one.
Correct.
So we're just saying, like, this is my favorite, but we're actually...
Correct. There's specific categories that come from the proposal itself to make sure that those who have responded are meeting the criteria that were laid out in the proposal.
Okay, I appreciate that summary.
All right. Do we have a motion on the item? And I'll clarify actually also too, since we have this, I'll clarify to members of the public that the substance of the conversation happens in closed session and then the contract comes to open session. So there were closed sessions as well on the item, which were agendized previously. With that, do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, I move we authorize staff to enter into a consultant services agreement with Raftellus for facilitation services for city manager and city attorney performance evaluations.
And before we vote, Councilmember Letajou was reaching for her mic right as I asked for the motion.
So could you explain the qualifications and some of the things some of the different attributes we were looking for as it relates to a facilitator with this work?
Oh, goodness. I don't recall all of the data points that were in that, but essentially it was people who had experience conducting or facilitating these types of performance evaluations, so specifically for city manager and city attorney within California. Trying to think of what else was on there. I can't recall.
I'll mention that the different proposals were for different amounts, so I think a consideration was of the councils was the value.
Yes,
And so primarily experience and value for money.
correct. Yeah, experience and cost, yes.
All right, we are
And
ready to.
I'm sorry. And so I just want to give a little more context to it. So we also looked for someone who had experience dealing with organizations such as ours who may be facing a lot of transition, complexity, as well as the diversity and inclusion and equity piece that we care much about here in the city, around looking at how we are functioning as a body collectively. So there were many aspects that when we looked at these different organizations, we were really looking for someone who could dig deep, who could align with our mission and our vision and the forward-looking methodology or processes that we hope for our city. So we were very strategic and very careful in doing the analytical data work around who would be the best choice for to help us in this work and frame this work going forward.
Yeah, that is correct.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll vote on the item.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, that's going to move us to our action calendar. And per our agenda change, we're going to start with item C. So I'll ask our deputy city clerks to please announce the item, and I'll ask Manny also to start the public comment clock.
It's authorized the city manager to enter into an agreement with outside legal services relating to personal complaint.
All right, and I will turn it over to City Manager Murray. Do we have presentation or information on this item?
Yes, thank you. We're joined this evening remotely by outside counsel Charles McKee, who the city has engaged to advise the city council on this matter. As you know, back in July 2025, the city received a letter from ACLU of Northern California calling for an independent investigation of the city attorney's office regarding allegations of misconduct by the office related to the handling of misconduct by officers of Vallejo Police Department. The city initially requested that Rennie Public Law Group, which the city had an existing contract with, perform the following scope of work: review the allegations raised in the letter, recommend whether or not a formal investigation should be conducted of the allegations, and collaborate with the city to create public response to the allegations. Subsequent to requesting that the Rennie Public Law Group perform this work, Rennie Public Law Group informed the city that it was not able to provide these services. Therefore, the city needed to identify a different firm to perform the desired services. As I mentioned, the city engaged an experienced municipal law advisor, also public administrator Charles McKee, to advise city council and city manager on the procurement of these services. The city issued a request for proposals in September that was distributed to a number of firms with experience in this area. City received proposals from two firms, Chronic Moskovitz, Tiedemann, and Gerard, also known as Chronic, and the Shaw Law Group. I and Mr. McKee reviewed both the proposals and determined that both the firms were qualified to perform the work. The firms had different estimates for the cost, although I'll note that it's a little uncertain when you're entering into this kind of work exactly how much time is going to be required. But Shaw Law Group estimated that it would be able to provide a recommendation whether a full investigation was appropriate within 30 days at a cost of approximately $25,000. Chronic estimated that it could provide that recommendation within 4 to 8 weeks at a cost ranging from $60,000 to $150,000. And so we are here this evening to receive council's direction on which firm to enter into a legal services agreement with. And Attorney McKee or I are happy to answer any questions about that.
All right, I'll see if there are questions or comments from the city council. Are there members of the public wishing to comment on this item?
There are no I'm sorry. So I've got 3 speakers listed here. The first one is Eli Smith. The second one would be Deanna Lang. And the third one would be Daniel Boone.
Hi again. So there's so much that can be said about this letter from the ACLU, and I've read it many times, maybe as many times as the number of allegations there are against the city attorney's office. And while I haven't read them all, I've read all of the documents that are publicly available for the cases that are cited in the letter. And I've had the unique opportunity to experience a little bit of how the city attorney's office operates behind the scenes. So I originally planned on discussing the merits of the investigation based on those experiences and what I feel is an overwhelming body of evidence. But I realized that that wasn't the most important thing to talk to you about. I'm sure that you all have actually gone through this many, many times. I think that the most important thing to talk about is that this is a city that is fractured. There is absolutely no trust in this city, no trust. The citizens view this city as non-functional. And every time that this specific topic comes up, the response from the public is overwhelming. The people want Veronica Nebb investigated. That's what they want. And regardless of what I can say about the mountain of evidence, what anyone else can say, it is that perception, it's that mistrust that should be of central importance when you make this decision. We can't rebuild without that trust. So I would encourage you to move forward with investigating as to whether or not there should be an investigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Deanna Lang. I'm sorry, Deanna Lang.
Sorry, hi. Deanna Lang, 25 years I've lived here. 25 years I've been in this chamber, way before all y'all. The Vallejo Sun today had an excellent piece on this. The Times Herald did some great reporting on this as well. We have substantial legal exposure. Why? Malfeasance from the city attorney's office. Why waste time with maybe we should do an investigation? Up to $120,000 of our money? Hell no, we need to go straight to an investigation. In 2004, I stood before the city council and I said, if you guys sign these public safety contracts, we'll be bankrupt in 2008. I was derided. I was made fun of. And it happened. And guess what? We're headed right back to bankruptcy. Why? Because the malfeasance of this particular department and the bad behavior of our police department is now going to open us up to major lawsuits. So, headed back towards bankruptcy because of our city attorney's office. How can you possibly protect this? So, John Whitney, he was a whistleblower. Y'all heard about him. I place a lot of this responsibility for previous councils who did nothing. They let John hang. They let Shawnee Williams be run out of town. They didn't ask questions. They bought the martyr BS coming from a particular department head. And they let this happen. And in those years, do you know how many people went to prison because they were not given the full truth? Do you know how many bad guys are going to be let out because of this mistake? Get on the stick, man. Get on this right away. Get in full inspection and investigation. And I'm sorry, this also leads to the city attorney and the city manager's office. So that actually means if you're going to do a proper investigation, these people need to be put on administrative leave, the entire city attorney's department. We have to take this dead serious. I want to see you guys out in front of this, not making up for lost time and excuses in the back. Get on this. Sunlight goes a long way. So I think really that's all I wanted to say. After 25 years, it's time for some sunlight.
All right, thank you.
Next is Daniel Boone.
Good evening again. So the only information I saw in the packet were the two letters from the two firms. So I don't have a lot to go on, and I don't think you do either unless you've gotten information that's not available to the public. But what I noticed in looking at the packet is that the Shaw law firm is woman-owned. The letter was written by Ms. Shaw, the head of that law firm. They're saying they can do the job in 30 days for $25,000. There is a great deal of public interest in this issue about who is going to respond and about the ACLU's very detailed letter. And then you have the Chronic firm in Sacramento. No flies on them, but on paper, they look like a corporate law firm from Sacramento, and then, not surprisingly, are estimating 4 to 8 weeks and $60,000 to $150,000. Well, if that's all the information that you have, same as what I have, I would be saying, let's get this in 30 days and spend $25,000 with a law firm that looks like they're small and nimble and ready to jump on it and get the job done versus a corporate law firm that's got multiple layers of partners and isn't quite sure how long it's going to take them and isn't quite sure how much it's going to cost. As I said, there is a lot of public interest in this, and it seems as though the issue that's before you tonight to decide is which one of these law firms to hire to get on with the job. I would say on paper, the Shaw Law Firm looks like who you should decide on. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, do we have online speakers on this item?
Through the mayor, through the mayor, we have 4.
Okay, let's go ahead and call them.
Alyssa Victory, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Elisa Victory. I'm speaking tonight in my official capacity as a senior staff attorney with the ACLU of Northern California. I'm here to provide comment in support of item 9C to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement for outside legal services relating to our letter complaint. We submitted that letter back in July, outlining the serious misconduct allegations against the city attorney's office relating to police misconduct and accountability. The letter wasn't full of allegations from us, but cited various sources of the allegations, including Vallejo residents, civil rights attorneys, and information obtained in recent and continuing court filings. Failure to thoroughly and independently investigate these serious allegations will further erode the public's trust and may expose the city to significant liability. Our letter focused only really on the misconduct allegations centering around police accountability. We acknowledge that there are other allegations on entirely different topics against the city attorney's office. We have asked for meetings with the elected body about our letter and thank Councilmember Matulak for acknowledging our request. And we thank this council and the staff for taking it seriously and moving this forward to bring us to this item today. It is a step in the right direction, and we are seeing a comprehensive investigation into all the allegations of misconduct, not simply a recommendation of whether or not to do a full investigation. The legal services that are the service provider that is chosen must be one that is truly independent, meaning that the city attorney's office should not have any role in selecting them, managing or overseeing their work, influencing their work in any way, and ensuring that there is effective walled off from the investigation, from your outside counsel you've already retained. That the investigation as well needs to include those reports and recommendations that should be made public quickly without further delay to again increase transparency and the public's understanding of what is happening. We hope that the city will act with urgency to repair that trust, to increase transparency, and to defend the integrity of the multiple efforts you have underway to reform your police. That includes public reporting on the outcome of the investigations or recommendations, and taking steps to hold any city staff or officials accountable if they are found to have engaged in misconduct. And lastly, the performance review of the city attorney that was approved on the consent calendar for today should also cover and acknowledge these allegations and any related investigation and reporting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
David H., you have the floor.
Hello, City Council. I think it is fairly apparent that...
Give us just another second to do the volume thing with you. Will you try again?
Hello?
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'll have to investigate this.
Nope.
I'll be brief, but I think it's pretty clear that the public will only accept an investigation as the answer. We should welcome an investigation because it's an opportunity to put to rest a lot of rumor and gossip that happens online and at the farmers market and at various places. I would appreciate a broader investigation, but I think the important thing to focus on here is time, not money. And that, stretching these things out, justice delayed is justice denied. So I would recommend, instead of moving into questioning whether we need an investigation, I would immediately move towards an investigation, because we should welcome one with open arms if we have nothing to fear. Thank you
We're
very much.
losing you a little bit. Would you be able to move a little closer to the mic?
Oh, I said
There it is.
just move immediately towards an investigation, please, instead of investigating whether you need to investigate one. I don't think the public will accept anything else. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Sam Houston, unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, everyone. I'll be quick. We must move forward with the investigation, and we need to make sure that people are held accountable. We must not allow corruption to continue in Vallejo city government, and it's what's holding us back from moving the city forward and unlocking its full potential. I think we all saw over the weekend, like the previous commenter commented, the potential that we have in Vallejo and how great the city is, but there's just so much holding us back. And this is a big effort towards making an improvement and changing things here. Earlier this evening, I saw online someone left a comment on an article about the Vallejo Sun article about the city having separate filing cabinets for the police. And someone asked, when will the Vallejo city citizens start electing people that know what they're doing? Well, I think we did. I think we have a great city council member here. We have a great city council. We just need to make sure that we're holding the city government and the city employees accountable. We need to move forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Crystal Gallegos, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, council. We've been here before, way too many times. Vallejo's both policing and governance crisis isn't theoretical. It's well documented in state reports, national headlines, eternally general oversight, and the lived experiences of all the families across the city. So when we take up this item, authorizing outside legal counsel for a personnel complaint raised by ACLU, let's be super clear. This is not a routine contract. We're really testing whether Vallejo will finally confront the truth or continue managing it behind closed doors. We heard the ACLU urge the city just now to retain legal expertise. And are right, that expertise matters, but expertise without independence means nothing. And right now, Vallejo's deepest crisis is this collapse of public trust, which has been named tonight many times. Eli named it clearly earlier. She's reviewed the publicly available documents, seen how the city attorney's office operates behind the scenes, and sees the overwhelming evidence of dysfunction. And she said what the community's been saying for years, there is no trust left in the city. Residents see the system as non-functional. And when this topic comes up, they ask, why aren't the proper people being investigated? And that's the climate we're in, and it really matters right now. We need to be honest. Now lay that against Vallejo's documented history. Badge bending to commemorate killings. Evidence destroyed, including badges after the scandal broke. Internal investigations that narrowed, collapsed, or conveniently disappeared. Direct attorney general intervention because the city couldn't self-correct. And tens of millions in liability and settlements because accountability was delayed until forced. Not to mention the separate filing cabinets we've learned about just today. We know this is not just administrative turbulence. This is a pattern. It's a systemic pattern, and they create that substantial legal exposure, which was mentioned earlier. The process surrounding this item only reinforces all of that exposure. These inconsistencies are not neutral. This is deepening distrust, widening exposure. We know that the ACLU didn't step in because Vallejo's leadership was handling things well. The Attorney General didn't intervene because Vallejo's functioning well. We're here because the system can't investigate itself and can't supervise its own accountability mechanisms. The council is really serious about changing course, then any authorization tonight must require selection oversight, fully independent of the city manager, a scope that can't be narrowed behind closed doors, and there isn't reliance on personnel protections, and there's direct acknowledgement of this credibility crisis that exists now within the city attorney's office. And more than anything, transparency about the months of delay and process failures. While we know that independence is the only path towards truth, and truth is the only path towards trust. And trust is the only path towards any kind of stability in the city. So
Thank you.
Carol Heap, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Carol, are you there?
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Okay. I didn't hear you call my name. Good evening. I just want to speak on this matter and support the hiring an outside legal services to investigate this personnel matter. It's well established in the police accountability community that city attorneys have a conflict of interest in investigating complaints against their city police officers. You know, that's not a big reach, and it's no insult to city attorneys. It's just that a city attorney is hired to defend the city. That's their job. And if you ask them then to prosecute a police officer, that could result in liability to the city. It's kind of a no-brainer, isn't it? It's pretty acceptable that you can't ask fairly for that dynamic to occur. Therefore, we should move forward on this. You know, we still have problems in the department. We can't deny that. You know, we have the issue regarding the police member of the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission, the member who spoke on some public blog about their opinion about an incident that they were supposed to be reviewing that showed they'd already come to a conclusion despite the fact that the investigation was still pending on the same matter. We had another officer making a comment about another officer involved shooting where the shooting was acceptable, and he actually congratulated the officer on a really good shooting, really well done. You know, and that person was also had a responsibility with the city to investigate that same shooting that he was making conclusions about how wonderful it was. And then recently we had another officer involved shooting, where we've seen the police tape of the man getting out of the car and having a plastic gun and being shot in the back. So lots of questions there. So anyway, thank you for your time. Let's move forward with outside legal services.
Thank you. All right, those are our speakers on this item. I'll turn to City Council. All right, seeing none, I will make one request, which is that in proceeding with this, this process was started 4 months ago, and I want to make sure that in the approval and the agreement that we ensure that the scope also includes allegations that have come up in the interim period since the letter through now. And that would be my request of the council, to make sure that that's included in the scope so that the firm can look holistically at everything and make recommendations. Councilmember Lettigiou.
So I fully disagree. When this letter came out from ACLU, myself, Councilmember Matias, and Councilmember Gordon called a special meeting to hire an independent attorney to look into these allegations that are on the ACLU letter. And that is the bandit scope. And as an auditor and an investigator, it is not acceptable to expand the scope at this moment in time. So therefore, I am firmly committed to looking at the allegations that are in this current ACLU letter. And once we have clear instructions, findings, and recommendations in that work, if so choose, the attorney extends that I need to look at X, Y, and Z, because sometimes that happens in the process, then we can go with that. But this was a specific scope of work that has been requested for review.
Comments from council. Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager Murray, I do want to sort of address some of the comments that sort of surfaced. We did call for the special meeting in July. We provided some direction. That law firm that we initially provided direction on could not take on the work. And I was just looking at some of the documents that were shared. There was a lag. So can you just perhaps walk through and explain and provide some additional context as to why there was a delay? Because it does seem, you know, us looking at something 3 months later, bit odd.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure the public fully understands what may have been happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, I'll have to try and recall. I didn't review the timeline prior to this meeting, but so what did happen is the city council, as you mentioned, I did identify this scope. So there have been some questions about the scope, whether it should, you know, the way it's outlined right now, we're looking for a firm that is going to look at the allegations and make a recommendation regarding whether a full investigation is recommended. That was the specific scope that the city council outlined. The city council was prepared to move forward. The city was prepared to move forward with the Rennie Public Law Group. They weren't available. So then we needed to get some additional direction from the city council on how to proceed. The city council directed that we issue an RFP. We had to put the RFP together. We had to issue it. I think it was out for 3 or 4 weeks waiting for responses. We received some responses. We were hoping to receive additional responses, so the city council had some additional options. So we extended that time period. So most of the intervening time was the period during which the RFP had been published, but before applications were due, and some additional follow-up with some of the firms that initially expressed some interest to see if they ultimately wanted to submit proposals. So that's most of what consumed the intervening period between when we received this letter, the city council took its action, and where we are tonight.
Thanks. And then just a comment. So I would be in favor of the Shaw Group. I did see that their scope relative to the other scope that was presented did not include a formal response to the letter. It just outlined a sort of series of next steps. So would you be able to include as part of the agreement that we have a formal response for the public and to the ACLU?
Yes, in fact, that is an intended part of the scope. I followed up with Ms. Shaw to confirm that. It wasn't itemized in their proposal, but that's part of their intended scope and falls within the cost estimate that they provided. So all 3 elements of the scope: review the allegations, recommend whether or not a formal investigation should be conducted, and collaborate with the city to create a public report or response related to the allegations. Those are all part of the Shaw Group scope, and we'll make sure that those are in the legal services contract.
Okay. And then the last comment I'll just make, I hope when this is all said and done, one way or the other, we are able to have a very honest conversation as a community around this. Because I will tell you, I don't appreciate how this has all played out since June. I'm just going to speak for myself. I don't appreciate the response to the special meeting that we called for. I just don't appreciate just certain things that have happened as part of this process that I can't discuss at this time. But I do hope that when this does conclude, we can have an honest conversation with the public about all the things and not just this. So I'm just going to leave it there for now. And then I am going to move forward with supporting that we proceed with this engagement. Thank you.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with my colleague for all his comments, but also I agree about moving forward with the Shaw Group. And I'm also looking forward to reply from the city manager as far as the mayor's comment and requests regarding an expansion of that scope. Is that technically possible? Is that a best practice? I mean, do you have any comments about that?
So I think the RFP was written in a way that technically the city council could adopt an expanded scope. It's related enough to what the RFP was illustrated as the desired services. I mean, normally you want to contract for the services that you have solicited for. So I'd say that's the most standard approach, but technically I don't think there's anything keeping the city council. That's really a city council decision. The city council outlined this specific scope of work. We went to go find some firms to submit proposals to perform this specific work. It's really up to the city council to decide whether it wants to maintain this scope of work. I'm not a professional auditor. We have a council member who is, and so I think shared some comments on their perspective on this.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too agree with Councilmember Ledeju, is that we put out a specific RFP for a specific scope of work. And what that does, that requires people to reply to that specific scope. If we want to extend it at that point, we probably would have got more quotes back in. So I don't think it's fair at this point. If we want to extend it later and do another one, that's where that would probably play in place. But I do agree with Councilmember Ledeju that if this was a specific scope of work for this RFP, and we should leave it at that, because I don't think it's fair to others that would have replied if we extended or expanded the scope of work at that point.
All right, I'm not seeing any additional comments. Councilmember Ledeju.
So again, as a seasoned professional auditor, when this firm does their work and they provide their recommendations, their findings, or if they come back, we can have them do interim reporting. If we were to go with our firm that is going to do this in 4 weeks, or 30 days, if you will, whatever that time is, we could set up an incremental briefing that would tell us where are they, what have they found, and if they believe that they need to dig deeper or go further. And I think, again, we need to stay banded within the work framework that we have required. They said they could get it done in 30 days, and we need to hold on to that. This process has taken an inordinate amount of time. This came before this body in July. It is now December. And I would like to have the work done and then find out what are the next steps to move forward in this process.
All right, so before I ask a motion, I'll ask for a motion. I will say, I made my first public call for an investigation in June. If we are not expanding the scope to include everything, I'm going to vote against this item because I think it's insufficient. And I don't think it meets the need, and I don't think it meets what the community is demanding of us at this time. So I'll make a motion right now, and if folks want to vote it down, they can vote it down. I'm going to move that we authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement for outside legal services relating to the personnel complaint, and that we include all of the allegations that have come out in the interim, that we expand the scope to allow the firm to consider allegations that have come out in between the time of the ACL's newsletter and the time of us executing this agreement, particularly with respect to Shawnee Williams' deposition.
Point of clarification. So the fact you are expanding the scope, then wouldn't that increase their fee for this that we would have to consider?
It could potentially. So we can ask clarifying questions and then, yeah.
So that was the question, do we think it would expand the fee? Seems likely that it would on a proportionate basis.
Councilmember Ledeju.
I'm going to say this. This investigation is not the investigation or the form for our former Chief Shawnee Williams. And the bottom line is, yes, you did call or you ran on the fact that, oh, I want to do an investigation. But before this ACLU, the allegations came out formally, you could have done that. And this, from my perspective, is not about him. It is about that ACLU letter. And that is a whole nother subject matter, a whole nother topic that really warrants a different type of subject discussion around it for a lot of different reasons. And so therefore, you can make your motion, but I make a friendly motion that motion is simply we will continue with our bandit scope of work. And if we want to talk about Shawnee Williams, then we need to have a different type of discussion and a different item on our agenda.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as you can make an alternate motion. And I will say, you did say you could have done that. I did. I called a special meeting and I asked for it to be agendized and it was refused. And then while I was out of town, when 3 council members made the same request, it was scheduled. So I attempted and I was blocked. So I'll be voting no on this and we can vote on would you like to make your alternate motion and then we can vote on that?
Can I just say something?
Wait.
We'll go Councilmember Matias.
I'm not going to get into the particulars, but I think everyone who's watching and who's in the audience know I'm not here for game playing. I am not here personally to be playing games. Now, why am I saying that? We have conversations, and I brought this up when it comes to the recruitment and retention plan for the police department. I brought this up. If you go back and you look at the tape, I said, we have conversations in the back that the public is not privy to, right? We have those conversations in the back. We make decisions as a group. And when we make those decisions as a group, we're supposed to follow what we are agreeing to do as a group. Now, if we do that, and then folks are coming out here and doing the complete opposite of what it is that we're agreeing as a group, I don't think that that's real transparency for the public. And I don't want to keep coming out here every single meeting with this situation playing out. I was getting attacked in July. People were dragging me, and that's all fun and games, and that's great. When this is all said and done, I think we need to have a conversation, a real conversation, because what is the real point? What is the point of anything that we're doing when we come out here and we're doing the complete opposite? We have discussions. I don't really get it, and I can't operate in that type of environment, to be honest. So I'm just gonna, you guys can say whatever you want, but I'm just gonna tell you, I am not here to play games. I want to do my job. I want to focus on moving this city forward. I want to make sure that we move this engagement forward in a transparent way, and that we get the community at the answers that it has been seeking for a long time. But I don't want to continue this pattern of, we have one conversation in one area, we have another conversation in another area. We have to be straight with the public. And that's my issue with all of this. And I'm just gonna leave it there, because I don't want to keep talking and get myself in trouble today.
Councilmember Gordon.
So, and I mean this with all due respect, Mayor Source, we did not know you were out of town. Let's clarify that. We did not know you were out of town. We were just trying to be ahead, as we are responsible for 2 individuals, one being the city manager, the other the city attorney. When this letter came out, people were writing our own story. And as a employer, it is our responsibility to protect the truth of any of our employees or to find out if there's anything else. And that is what we were doing. Again, we didn't know that you were out of town. We thought you were going to be here. And at least for me, I can't speak for anyone else, but I was surprised. But the ACLU already, to me, was a concern because as a person who created the ACLU here, we would have thought that you would probably recuse yourself. But anyways, so I'm very confused about all of this back and forth because right now we're trying to change up and I'm confused on how we're supposed to be voting. So I would recommend that we keep the original vote, and if you want to add something to it, that way we're not confused saying yes, we'll vote for this, or no, we vote for that. It's confusing, being honest. So if we could please keep the original vote for that, and if you would like to add to it, then we can do that. Can I ask the city manager, city attorney? Okay, is this something we get to ask the city attorney?
It would be more proper for you to ask outside
I was
counsel
going
who
to
I think
say,
is online.
we couldn't do that. Is the gentleman online?
Yes, he is, Charles McKee.
Okay, thank you. So to the attorney who's online, how can we go about this? Should we keep the original vote?
We had a motion. So the way it works is there's a motion made,
Oh,
and then a
I'm
council
sorry, I
member,
apologize, I was asking the
a
attorney.
council member can make, he may not know our municipal code, though.
Okay, but
We
just-
can ask him, and he can
Yeah, I
answer,
just
but
wanna-
I want to clarify based on our own parliamentary rules here in
Well,
Vallejo.
I just want to ask the attorney the question first, please. Thank you.
Mr. McKee, would you please go forward?
Yeah, I apologize if you could restate the question.
My question is, I'm not sure how much you were able to hear. Could we vote the way it was presented to us, or do we have to have it changed? Because right now, it's three things out there now, and I want to make sure that my vote is clear. How can we go about this? And please forgive me, this is new for me, so I just want to be honest.
Sure, thank you for the question. It appears that there are two separate motions on the floor right now, and I didn't hear a second to either motion.
So we don't
normally
need,
you'd have-
yeah, we don't need a second with our municipal code, the way it works. Someone makes a motion, and then council members can either make a friendly amendment or an alternate motion, and then you vote on the alternate motion first. If that fails, then you go back to the original motion. So what happened was I made a motion, and I believe Councilmember Lettiju is going to make an alternate motion, and then we'll vote on that first.
I believe that's my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be consistent. If you don't need a second, that would be consistent with normal rules when you do have a second. So the original motion would trail the alternate, what you normally call a substitute motion.
And to be clear, the alternate motion was the original motion that's printed in the agenda.
I'm going to ask her to clarify, but I believe so.
The alternate motion was the scope as outlined in the RFP.
Mhm.
So if you would like to have a vote on that, that would be.
We're going to be voting on that.
Can we reset the vote then?
I am only weighing in on the parliamentary procedure here and not anything having to do with substance. So thank you, Mr. McKee, for weighing in and confirming that. Yes, you do need to state the vote. I want to point out that the item is also you're making a choice of two different people, and that should be contained within the motion as well. Thank you.
So can I ask, please, if you could read out the first vote?
We just ended it. We'll restart it.
No, I'm asking to read it out to us so we can hear exactly how we're voting. Okay, the original. And then the second, what we'd be voting on, who we are going to select.
We're going to put it all into one motion.
So who we're going to select?
We're going to put it all into one motion.
Okay.
So I'll close out the conversation and say that indeed the process, I agree, it should not have taken 4 months to get to this point. I would have been in favor of retaining an investigator, and I don't think leaving out the things that have come up in the interim is appropriate at this time, given what has occurred. So I'll be voting no. And I'll ask Councilmember Ledeju, I know you're going to make an alternate motion, so if you could state your motion, and then we'll vote on that first.
Yes, so I'd like to make a motion that the Shaw Law Group would be contracted for this service, and that the scope as outlined in our agenda would be abided by. Because you're going to read it,
No, it's your motion.
Oh, okay.
And Councilmember Palmera's clarifying question or comment.
Not so much a clarifying question, but I do want to state that I would support the original motion. So if we're going with the alternate motion, I just want to put it out there first. That's all.
So
the mayor's motion, the original mayor's motion.
Okay.
All right, do we need Councilmember Ledeju's motion stated again? So it's the retaining the Shaw Group to the agreement for outside legal services as stated in item C with Shaw Group. And I think we're ready to vote.
Motion carries with Councilmember Palmares and Mayor Soares opposed.
All right, thank you, and thank you to our outside attorney for joining us this evening. We're going to go back to the top of the agenda now, and we will move to item 9A. If our deputy clerk could please announce that item, and we'll go ahead also and open up the clock for public comment on this item.
Hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution for the 2025 Vallejo Water Quality Public Health Goals Report as required by the California Health and Safety Code.
And thank you. Our Water Department Director, Beth Schoenberger, is going to make this presentation online.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm having to do my audio on my phone tonight. I'm Beth Schoenberger, your water director. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. The Water Quality Manager, Vidya Galula, had planned to be presenting with me this evening, but she had a family matter she had to attend to. But I have the pleasure of sharing with you tonight some great news about Vallejo's water quality. And this news is the work of Ms. Galula's water quality team, who carried out the meticulous and rigorous testing of our drinking water over the last 3 years that is reflected in the 2025 Public Health Goals report that you have today and that she and her team prepared. So I've been asked to keep this presentation short, so I'm going to move fairly quickly as I translate technical and regulatory language into English best I can, but I look forward to your questions at the end if you have any. Next slide, please, Manny. So the state of California requires water agencies serving more than 10,000 customers like ours to publish a public health goals report every 3 years and to hold a public hearing to allow questions from the public, and that's why we're here tonight. The report is available at the Vallejo Library as well as, online at the Water Department website. So for context, it's important to remember that when we talk about contaminants in the drinking water, all drinking water contains contaminants at various concentrations. The city is a receiver of source water from Lake Berryessa and the Delta, but we don't put those contaminants in the water. We're responsible if they appear in the water to remove them to the greatest extent possible, but we can't change what our source water contains when we receive it. So we treat it to the highest regulatory standards that we can. So to be accountable for the minute levels of contaminants that may remain in drinking water even after our thorough water treatment process, public water agencies must carefully test for contaminants and prepare a public health goals report. And that analyzes and shares concentrations of regulated contaminants relative to two standards, the public health goals and the maximum contaminant levels. I'll explain more about that in a moment. The last public health goals report was shared in 2022 with Council, and the take-home messages for the 2025 public health goals report are: number one, Vallejo's water quality met all state and federal regulatory standards during the 3-year time frame of the report. So number 2, in other words, no contaminants are in concentrations in our drinking water above the maximum allowable limit. And as you'll see in a minute, number 3, there are the concentrations that exist are well below, in fact, allowable maximum limits. Next slide, Manny. Thank you. So it was not until 1974 that nationwide water quality standards were enacted. And then in 86, California enacted legislation that further regulated toxic contaminants in our drinking water. So the California Safe Water Drinking Act established for the first time scientifically based public health goals that address the long-term risks. The short term is like, is there bacteria that will harm you immediately? But the long-term risks of ingesting contaminants over a long term that are in your drinking water. So the challenge, though, which you'll see more clearly in a minute, with enforcing these public health goals is that even with our fancy 21st century water technology, water treatment technology, we can't always detect concentrations as low as the public health goals specify because they are benchmarks. They're kind of scientifically driven and theoretical. So for some contaminants to try to detect them at that level is financially out of reach as well as technologically. So next slide, please. So the regulated enforceable standard for contaminants in the water is called the maximum contaminant level, or as we refer to in water as MCLs. And so unlike the public health goals, which are benchmarks to aim for, MCLs are legally enforceable. And so those are the concentrations of contaminants that we are accountable as an agency to manage to. And it's also important to know that MCLs for each contaminant that is regulated are set as close as possible to the public health goals. Next slide, please. So just as I said, the public health goals must be published every 3 years and provide the status of water quality from the prior 3 years. And the 2025 report covers 2022, 23, and 24. Next slide, please. So public health goals reports include info about any regulated detected chemical at a concentration above that chemical's public health goal. And it contains numerical public health risk numbers associated with concentrations above both the public health goal and above the maximum contaminant level. So for example, for contaminant X in a concentration equal to the maximum contaminant level concentration, 5 out of 10,000 people who drink that concentration over a lifetime would be at risk of cancer. So those numbers are in the report. And the report also contains projected financial impact of adding steps to our treatment process that would reduce the documented concentrations. And those steps are called the best available technology. And I'm not going to get into that tonight. Next slide, please. One of the reasons I'm not going to get into that is because Vallejo's water public health goals report is generally very positive. It showed that only 2 contaminants, bromate and hexavalent chromium, were detected at levels above the public health goals. And remember, those are only benchmarks. We are still well under the maximum contaminant level for bromate and hexavalent chromium. Next slide, please. So this simplified graphic, which maybe I should have showed you at the beginning, shows the concentrations of bromate and hexavalent chromium relative to the public health goals, which you see as low in concentration. So that means they're a very rigorous standard to meet. And the maximum contaminant levels, which you see in the dark blue line at the top, the MCLs. And so you can see in the middle, the concentration levels of bromate and hexavalent chromium. So those were above, greater than the standards of the public health goals, but they're less than, which is good, the maximum contaminant level concentration. So for bromate, which has the MCL concentration, so the maximum allowed is 10 parts per billion. The results in Vallejo over those 3 years in the report were ranged from undetectable, nothing could even be detected, no bromate could be detected, to 1.2 parts per billion. That's compared to we would be allowed to find 10 parts per billion. And the numerical health risk for bromate is actually the example that I use, which is over 70 years at the 10 parts per billion max level, the risk is 5 out of 10,000 people being at risk. So quickly, then you can also see in the middle hexavalent chromium, which was the other contaminant testing above the public health goals levels. The notable thing is that the state did not even require us to test for that until 2024. So we only have one data point, and it was detectable at 0.25 parts per billion, and the maximum level is 10 parts per billion. And the numerical health risk for that is also 5 out of 10,000 people over a lifetime drinking water that has this concentration being at risk. Next slide, please. And so just to wrap up, tonight's recommendation is to adopt the public health goals resolution and receive any public comments and questions and accept the public health goals report.
All right, thank you very much. So
Happy
this
to answer any questions. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. So this item requires a public hearing, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. I'll ask City Council, as we do with public hearings, if there are any clarifying questions for staff, then we'll take public comment and we'll have any final council comments. Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. So to the water director, I just, I know you didn't want to touch the best alternative technologies part of the presentation because there was a huge price tag associated with that. But I guess my question to you is like, what would be the value to the city of Vallejo, just in layman's terms, of us pursuing the BATs and engaging in that effort? And I only asked that because I think it was like maybe a week or two ago, I came across an article where I think it was Santa Monica. They were having some water issues and they wanted to realize some self-sufficiency, and so they engaged in a pretty robust process identifying like a master plan. And so I just want to know, like, what would that mean for the city of Vallejo if we actually said, hey, we want to look into that and spend, you know, God knows how many tens of millions of dollars. Like, why is that important, really? That's my question.
Well,
What would be the
Vallejo,
delta from where we're at now?
Yes, good question. I might ask Manny to bring back up that graphic so it will help me make this point, which is, yes, perfect. Thank you, Manny. Which is, I guess the short answer is the only two contaminants that were above the public health goal level, which is, again, a theoretical level that very, very, very few, well, no water agencies can meet across the board for all the contaminants. So I guess in financial terms, it would be a high investment for low gain because the levels of, say, bromate and hexavalent chromium are still below, well below the allowable maximum limit. So our money would be much better spent putting pipe in the ground, if I was being perfectly honest, to reduce main breaks, because the public health is still very, very protected.
Okay.
You know, 0.25 level compared to allowable 10, it'd be a diminishing rate of return.
Got it.
Does
Thank
that
you.
answer your question?
Yep. That was it.
Okay.
Thanks,
Yeah, and the main reason I didn't get into that was because I was also trying to keep it short.
Thank you for that, too.
Yeah, good question. Thank you.
All right, I see Councilmember Gordon and then Letajou, and then again, clarifying comments, we'll do public comment, and then we'll have any discussions. Councilmember Gordon. Discussion or question?
Oh, talking to mine later then.
Yeah, all right. Councilmember Letajou.
Hi, Beth. Can you tell us about the One Water Plan from the county?
That's kind of outside the scope of this, but in general, sure. That's a great question. It's a very important endeavor that's happening, where basically the county is pulling together water agencies to address the very real need for a coordinated strategy for water resources in the county, whether we're talking about conditions of drought, conditions of flood, a situation where one agency is really hurting for one reason or another, and looking at everybody's portfolio and the infrastructure and the places of intersection where we may be able to do a better job of providing mutual aid and support. It started, I think, I want to say in 2023, and they have regular meetings. Kennedy Jenks is the consultant hired by the county, and I don't know right now what the date of the conclusion is, but it's a really important effort.
Thank you. So maybe in the future, you would have an opportunity to present on the One Water plan for the county and what our role is in that work. Thank you.
Certainly, I'd be happy to. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, let's check and see if we have public comment on this item. Do we have anyone in person?
No public speakers in person.
All right, anyone online? All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and close the public hearing and ask council members for any additional questions or comments. I know Councilmember Gordon is waiting.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Beth. Appreciate your presentation. I just want to make sure that when you are stating that water is safe, you are referring to all of Vallejo, correct?
Absolutely. As well as actually the lake system, which we also serve. Yes.
Thank you.
All of Vallejo. This is a system-wide result.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palmares.
I appreciate Councilmember Gordon's question, and just to further that, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that graph. But to Councilmember Gordon's point, I'd like to know, could you please elaborate on the sampling process of the water throughout Vallejo?
We have a rigorous sampling process and a very precise regulated schedule in which on Mondays and Tuesdays, for example, the water quality staff from the lab go out with sample bottles and go to all the sampling stations, which you may have noticed around the city. And then we test some of our samples in the lab where we have capacity, we have the capability for that. And then we send some out. Roughly, I think it's 365 samples a month. And I did want to, you're actually giving me a kind of a perfect segue to another point that I wanted to make and that you're allowing me to make. The public health goals report requires specific information on levels of these contaminants across a year. But if in our daily sampling, we discover a situation where one of these contaminants is above the MCL, the maximum contaminant level, within 24 hours, we have to call our regulator at the State Water Resources Control Board. There's a whole procedure. They will tell us what we have to do, boil water, tell people to stop using the water. All those things then would flow out of, pardon the pun, flow out of that situation. So I'm glad that you're bringing up the fact that we, besides sampling for just these contaminants, we have regular sampling for bacteria and many other components in the water every day.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
No problem.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Beth, for your presentation. And ever since I moved here in the mid-'90s, it's always been a common fact that Vallejo is, and you've proven that, is the Vallejo has some of the safest water, but the point that I've been hearing from residents on a regular basis is Vallejo is some of the best tasting water that is around, so across the board. So I want to applaud you to not only keeping our health, the water health safety standards at a high level, but the fact we have great tasting water is also a plus.
Thank you for pointing that out. I do agree. I think it tastes better than bottled, and it has fewer contaminants than bottled water, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll echo those sentiments and especially being able to serve on the water agency, I have opportunity to work closely with the water department, and it's been an amazing experience, and I know we have a world-class team over there at Fleming Hill. So thank you all for what you do, and with that, I believe we have a report to accept, so do we have an motion on that?
Yes, I move we hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution for the 2025 Vallejo Water Quality Public Health Goals Report as required by the California Health and Safety Code.
All right, and we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All All right, thank you all. That's going to move us to item 9B. I'm going to suggest that we take this item and then have a short recess after this item. That'll put us halfway through our action calendar. And I'll ask our deputy clerk to announce this item, please, and we'll open up the public comment clock as well.
Public hearing regarding increased assessment in the Vallejo Tourism Business Improvement District and the levying and collection of assessment within the district, and first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 14.50.090 of the Vallejo Municipal Code, Vallejo Tourism Business Improvement District.
All right, thank you. And anyone wishing to address the council can raise their hands online or sign up at the kiosk. And I will invite up our staff. Ms. Taylor, I always forget your title, but our economic development staff, Annette Taylor. Go right ahead when you're ready.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. As was stated tonight, before you is the public hearing regarding the increased assessment in the Vallejo bid district and the collection of assessments within the district. As reported previously in the public meeting, the background: in 2003, the City of Vallejo reduced funding to the Vallejo Convention and Visitors Bureau. Because of the reduction, VCB requested the city establish a Vallejo Tourism Business Improvement District. In 2004, the City Council adopted an ordinance establishing the bid to levy and collect assessments within the district. Assessments were levied on all local hotels, at a rate of $1 per room night for hotels with more than 40 rooms and 50 cents per room night for hotels with less than 40 rooms. Next slide, please. In 2007, the City of Vallejo completely eliminated its funding to CVB. Because of the elimination, CVB requested to increase the bid assessment. City Council adopted a resolution approving the increase in assessment from $1 to $2 per room night for hotels with more than 40 rooms and 50 cents to $1 room night for hotels with less than 40 rooms. Next slide, please. In 2025, CVB requested increase in the bid assessment. The proposed increase is 50 cents per room night to the existing bid effective January 1, 2026. The new rate would be $2.50 per room night for hotels with more than 40 rooms and $1.50 per room night for hotels with 40 rooms or less. Plus an additional 50 cents per room night increase effective January 1, 2027, bringing the rate to $3 per room night for hotels with more than 40 rooms and $2 per room night for hotels with 40 rooms or less. The goal of increase is to responsibly scale CVB's funding capacity to meet the rising costs and expanding efforts. Proposed increased assessments approximately $57,031 for fiscal year 2025 to 26, assuming January 1, 2026 effective date, and for fiscal year 2026 to 27, approximately $114,063 for a two-year total of $228,126. On October, next slide, please. On October 14, 2025, the City Council adopted Resolution Number 25-173, declaring the City Council's intention to increase the assessments in the bid and to levy and collect assessments within the district. On October 17, 2025, the notice of proposed assessment increase and dates for the public meeting and public hearing and protests for the bid and a copy of the resolution number 25-173 were mailed to the 22 hotels. On October 21, 2025, Kurt Smith, President and CEO of CVB, convened a Vallejo Lodging Committee meeting to provide an update on the City Council's action and the bid modification. On October 28, 2025, a public meeting was held. No one came forward to provide testimony. Also on October 28, 2025, the City Council adopted a resolution changing the public hearing date to December 9, 2025, this evening. Next slide, please. The council action this evening is to hold a public hearing, receive written protests from the affected lodging facility owners. If those paying 50% of the projected assessments file written protests, the proposed assessments cannot be approved. However, if written protests received are less than 50% of the proposed assessments, City Council will consider adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 14.50.090 of the Vallejo Municipal Code, Vallejo Tourism Business Improvement District. To date, the city clerk's office received one written protest this afternoon, and that's, to my knowledge, that's all that has been received. So I'll check with the deputy city clerk to see if any others have come in.
That's correct.
All right.
So that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. So we're holding a public hearing on this item as well. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. I'll ask if council members have any clarifying questions, and then we'll take our public commenters and discuss. I'm not seeing anything, so why don't we go ahead and see if we have public comment. Councilmember Gordon, question after. All right, so let's see if we have public comment on this item. Do we have anyone in person?
There are no public speakers
And
for
I
this item.
don't think we have any online. All right, with that, I will close the public hearing, and we'll turn it over to Councilmember Gordon for our council discussion.
Thank you so much. I just want to clarify, this does not affect long-term, like, for example, individuals who are needing housing and they're staying at one of these hotels. This does not affect that. Is that correct, or am I incorrect?
It does not affect it. Whatever that hotel is paying now, it would be an increase of the 50 cents. So the long-term stays, I think that's what you're
Yes,
speaking of.
Thank
I
you.
believe they do not pay the TOT or the bid, into the bid.
Thank you for clarifying.
All right, seeing no additional questions and comments from City Council, I do want to thank our Visit Vallejo Director, Kirk Smith, for being here and supporting, and the work you did in gathering our stakeholders and getting input on this item. And with that, I'll see if we have a motion on the item.
Yes, I move that we have a public hearing regarding increased assessment in the Vallejo Tourism Business Improvement District and the levying and collection of assessments within the district, and first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 14.50.090 of the Vallejo Municipal Code, Vallejo Tourism Business Improvement District.
All right, with that, we're ready to vote. And this, since this is a new ordinance, this needs 2 readings, so we will have this back. I believe the plan was next meeting. Is that still accurate? Okay, I'm seeing nods. All right, has everybody voted?
Motion carries unanimous.
All right, thank you very much. That is going to bring us to our amended order of agenda. So we already took item C. We are going to take items E, F, and then D. I'm going to recommend we take just a quick break, stretch break. I'm seeing some nods. So why don't we take a tight 5? Y'all, we got to get started again. Our type 5s, because of the line to the bathroom, turn into loose 10 to 15s, and we have items to get through. So we're going to go ahead and proceed with, again, the last 3 items of the action calendar reordered. We're going to take item E, then item F, then item D. I'm going to encourage us to be concise and efficient with our time, and I will ask our Deputy City Clerk to announce item 9D.
Adopt a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget and appropriate $300,000 in Measure P fund to Greater Vallejo Recreation District GVRD for recreation grant to fund, subsidize, or other measures to enhance community safety, step 2 of 2, and receive a presentation on a scope of grant agreement and provide feedback to staff.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll open up public comment on this item, and we have our youth coordinator, Victoria Grace Barstow, here. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Manny. Good evening, Mayor Source, Council, and Community. Victoria Grace Barksdale, Youth Coordinator. Next slide, please. Today I'm going to be going over our scope for the grant agreement and a little bit of the background as to how we got here. So, on July 1st, at a special city council meeting, council provided some recommendations for some short-term strategies to mitigate community violence and address public safety. One of those council directions was funding for up to $300,000 to subsidize program costs from 0 to 80% based on need for children to participate in GVRD year-round programs. On July 8th, council approved step 1 of the budget amendment, and then on July 22nd, step 2. This was appropriated from the general fund and not specific to Measure P. And so staff did report then that we would be taking this item to Measure P to see if they would recommend funding it out of Measure P, which was done on August 11th, and the Measure P Oversight Committee did approve the recommendation that council provide that funding through Measure P funds. Next slide. And so essentially staff took that direction from council, met with GVRD, and tried to come up with some goals and objectives on how to best use that funding. Our goal is really to improve public safety and reduce violence by subsidizing costs to increase participation in recreational activities and access to safe spaces for Vallejo youth. We want this to be a focus on preventative measures through community building and positive youth development. This reduces risk factors that are generally associated with violent crimes, juvenile offenses, and particularly among youth that are in underserved community. And so by offering these safe spaces, by building opportunities for skills, having positive role models, these programs can divert youth from negative influences and foster a greater sense of connection to their community. And by supporting expanded access to these programs, it strengthens the social fabric of our community, which promotes youth development and is a proven preventative strategy to reduce juvenile crime and violence. Next slide, please. And so this is our proposed estimated allocations. We did present this to the Measure P committee. We got some feedback from them. We also presented it to the Public Safety Committee, got some feedback from that body as well. And so what we have for you today is youth scholarships, $75,000 allocated towards that. Youth programs and events, and I will specify that our events are geared towards 50 or more people at $55,000. We had a little bit more, $85,000 geared towards teen programming because we realize teens are a population that if we're looking at community violence and wanting to keep kids off the streets and make sure they have positive activities to do, we want to really target those teens. We have some targeted programming, and so at that July meeting, we talked a lot about being intentional about where we put our efforts and how we're focused on historically underserved communities in Vallejo. And so there are some districts that were mentioned that we do want to target some extra funding for programming there. And then the last one is free days. And so this is a concept that has been done by GVRD in several different ways in which we have access to safe spaces run by GVRD, such as Franklin Sports Gym or Children's Wonderland, and that's offered at a free cost to anyone. Next slide, please. And so our first batch, the youth scholarships, council did somewhat allude to scholarships as kind of the basis of what this money should go to. And we wanted to make a logical estimation as to what is feasible for what they have already in their scholarship fund, what we added to their scholarship fund from that first batch of money from Measure P that we gave them, and then what this additional funding can go to. And so with our first objective is really reducing those financial barriers to participation. GVRD generally allocates $50,000 to their scholarship fund. The previous Measure P grant allocated an additional $50,000. We are looking at increasing that amount by another $75,000, which would bring it to $175,000. These youth scholarships are basically open to any youth that attends Vallejo schools because schools are free or reduced lunch. They can apply online, and they're eligible for spring break camps, aquatic camps, sports programs, swim lessons, kids club, and any other contract classes. And essentially the scholarships will pay for 50% of program costs and can be used up to $300 per person. Next slide, please. The next one we have is for programs and events. That would be youth for 55,000 and teens for 85. And our objective here is really to increase access to subsidized youth activities and programs with an emphasis on teen opportunities. If we're subsidizing across the board around 30% for a program, and if a family needs additional subsidized cost, they can still apply for a scholarship that would bring that up to that 80% that council recommended. These are available on all sites. These would be available for events that I mentioned before aimed at 50 or more people or different programs. And these are programs that would be targeted in all districts of Vallejo. Next slide, please. In terms of targeted programming, again, we wanted to be intentional by acknowledging that there are certain areas in Vallejo that we want to make sure programming continues. This objective here is just to make sure that District 2, District 4, District 5, and District 6 have just a small bit of additional funding for that targeted programming. Next slide, please. And then lastly, our free days. This is one that I'm really excited about because I've seen firsthand how this can really help families to provide a space for them to go. This objective would be to increase community access to safe spaces, programs, and events. And that would remove financial barriers no matter what without having to apply for something, sign up for something. You show up and you'd be able to take advantage of that. And so the potential sites for this include Children's Wonderland Park, which would be free entry. Dan Foley Park in Blue Rock Springs, which would be like free parking days. Cunningham Aquatic Center, which would be free swim days, and then Vallejo Sports Gym, which is the former Franklin site, and that would be open play, open gym. We have talked with GVRD about, making a mix of these different days based on how much funding we have, and then being able to come out with a schedule that people can see what days are free. We also talked about, having catchphrases like free through Measure P or things like that, so we know that the city is assisting in funding this. GVRD has also had their own sort of really nice catchphrases. Aunt sent me some stickers that said, Measure P makes play possible, and they're already kind of branding what's been going down with Measure P and some of the funding that you all have provided. Next slide, please. And so essentially, we're looking at getting some feedback from you all. I know that we had initially come with some funding that we wanted to use towards marketing to make sure that this money, these programs and this funding was able to get out to everyone and make sure they were able to take advantage of it. We've then taken that back and put all of the funding into subsidizing the programming, so it's a direct, it directly would affect youth, and making sure that they can see the fruits of this money. I do want to mention as well that Council did allocate that $125K in April of 2025. GVRD has been utilizing those funds for different programming, including teen cooking camps, mobile rec programs. They're looking at an upcoming free spring break camp for 2 weeks. They have already had 120 scholarships, spending about 36,000 of that 50K allocated. So we know that funding is working. We're seeing an increase in kids signing up for this. And there's about 45,000 left out of that initial tranche of money. The last thing I want to mention is at a November council meeting, November 4th, I believe, there was some discussion regarding Vallejo Soccer Club that came to the council meeting, and there was some discussions around accessibility and, you know, what can be done with this potential money. We talked with GVRD. We were able to get in touch with Coach Herman from the Vallejo United Soccer Club, and what we kind of found was the main concern is not as much about, you know, GVRD not being able to provide a service, but a lack of space in general in Vallejo. We don't have enough spaces to accommodate, say, a soccer club that has a traveling soccer club, not just a recreational league that has pretty high standards. We have one turf field here in Vallejo, and it does have to be shared with multiple teams vying for that space. But I think that warrants, and council, I appreciate you guys taking in the initiative to call for another item to come about the conversation regarding public spaces and access to sports facilities. So I think at a later time, we will be doing some more investigating. Coach Herman was also able to, or will be putting me in touch with some other cities, nearby cities, Fairfield and Vacaville, as well as Palo Alto, that have had some successful examples of how they've partnered with community to provide some spaces, as well as utilizing former school sites to turn them into community centers and spaces that can be utilized by community and sports and nonprofits and whatnot. And with that, I am open for feedback, questions. I also have the general manager of GVRD, Gabe Lanous, here, who is also available for questions.
All right, thank you very much. Before we go to council comments, let's see if we have any public comments on this item.
There are no public speakers signed up for this.
All right, looks like we have one online. Let's go ahead and call them.
Anna Bergman, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hey, so hello. I've spoken about this before. I think there's a lot of things wrong with going about this. This is our tax money, and it's going through the city, and the youth coordinator is being paid to disperse money over to GVRD. It's getting which gets hung up in their process. So that's a lot of money basically staying within the government, and it should be going to nonprofits within this community. That keeps all the money going out to the community. Like basically all the creativity, all the conversations are happening with the city, amongst the city and GVRD. And you know, sitting around at the farmers market and town halls is not outreach. So what I did was the community has not been involved. You are not involving the community if you just keep talking to the people that are already talking to you. So I went out and spoke to about a dozen people and recorded some of them, asking them for their thoughts on what programs and services they wanted for youth and how they felt about scholarships. So if you go to YouTube and look for Vallejo taxpayers, you'll find that. Everybody wants after school centers. Not only does that help youth, it helps families. We all agree about that, and that's what this money should be going to. We've all been wanting those empty buildings. People want job training and help for interviewing. There's nonprofits doing that. People want mental health. The comments about the scholarships from one person were that it sounded like Section 8, and from another person that it sounded like applying for college. Scholarships are inequitable. Families are paying for these services and they should have them. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other speakers? All right, with that, we'll go to council comments. I've got my eye on the clock. I'll ask us to try to be concise in our direction, and we'll start with Councilmember Gordon and then Matthias.
Thank you so much for this wonderful report. We appreciate it. I do have a couple of questions, and it may be to you, Mr. Lunus. So thank you again for being here. We appreciate it. Always appreciate your presence. I was wondering, I thought some of this money would go to, like how you all provided funds to the late night basketball. Is that separate funds that comes out of, or is some of this allocated, set aside, or you have a different pot of funds? So if we wanted to do it again next year, where would that money come from?
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, and the audience. So late night basketball was a rare exception for how that was funded. But what we would do with the $300,000 is, besides the categories, is directly, I'll give you an example. So for programming, 11 kids that are out South Vallejo, they're losing their funding. So this $300,000 would help supplement their rent because they've lost their funding. So that will keep that program going. Other items that would contribute, I'm trying to figure out the specifics, but again, we've put categories and we'll have it in specific districts. If you could repeat the question, or if you could.
Well, you're on the right track. So,
okay, thank you.
Last year there were, not this year that passed, but prior to that was like $75,000 set aside in your pot, and then they brought it down to took 50,000 of it, made it 25,000. That's why I applied for it. But my concern is that I was hoping with this some more would go into it so that other programs like late night basketball can also apply for it, because it is a crucial, and it goes to prevent violence, and it was on the same line. So I was wondering, was you going to set some of that aside so you can build that pot back up to 75,000?
Well, we would like to do some outreach with some of the nonprofits here in the community. So for instance, let's say, we do programming and we have teachers come and do judo or whatever. It would be nice, and we'll do some outreach again, to have those nonprofits that work with youth 18 to 25 or younger, to have that programming and have us basically dole out the money to the nonprofits as opposed to, I know that the council wanted to get this moving, and if they had done, vetted interest on all these nonprofits, then some of it goes to the overhead and everything else. We don't charge for overhead. So again, if we have late night basketball reach out to us, or any of the other nonprofits that help with youth and try to curb the violence here in Vallejo, we can figure out which pot that comes from and then help fund that.
Okay. Thank you for that. And my question goes to you, Ms. Grace. First of all, I appreciate your passion that we're making sure our youth. With the advertising I heard you mention, will it be open to everyone, and no matter where they go to school, whether it be private, whether it be charter, whether it be through the school district? How are you planning to advertise?
That is correct. This is citywide funding, so it would be essentially open to any youth of Vallejo. And I think GVRD has their own sort of marketing, advertising, outreach strategies. They do tabling. They have an activity guide that goes out. They work directly with the schools already because they do run after school programming. They have a social media presence, and so that would be sort of cross, I think, promotion along with city social media, Vallejo Weekly, those types of things.
Okay, so it would be in our newsletter and so forth like
Correct.
that. Okay. And my last question to you, sir, is speaking with the last caller, I did hear a lot of parents say, and I know you know this as people have not held their tongue, if programs, why is people having to pay for open space that should be free space that's already been paid through their taxes? So for example, why are kids having to pay for baseball, to play baseball in an open field? I know the answer, but I just want you to clarify to the community, because I think some people are getting that confused with nonprofit versus profit, just so we can explain.
Well,
Because they're thinking that they're double paying, if that makes sense.
We actually, GVRD, we just concluded a fee study, and we'll be releasing that to the city council too, on how our fees align with other municipalities. Yes, there's the pay to play where, organized baseball, let's say, has teams that play against each other and have referees, and kids pay to be on those teams. And recreational leagues, we do work with the teams to keep it actually sometimes below market, way below market, because we feel that as our recreation, we feel that it's more beneficial to have activities on our fields than to have them just sit empty. Now, if a father and kids want to go hit the ball on a ball field, we don't kick them out unless it's, again, if it's reserved for a team that's going to be showing up, we'll let them know, hey, there's a team coming in about 15 minutes, you're going to have to get off the field. But most of the time, if you look at tennis courts, the pickleball courts, other fields, we're not enforcing every minute of every day people playing tennis and charging people to play pickleball. So unfortunately, the community does subsidize the parks and recreation, and we charge, I think, unfortunately, we do charge a minimal amount, but it's not, there's some people who can't afford to play, and my heart goes out to the soccer teams where kids can barely afford to play, and it's recreational, and then you have tennis players or pickleball players who can afford to play, but they don't pay anything. So I think it's inequitable, but until we change that system or rewrite it, we try to keep the cost low. Sorry, that's a long answer to your short question.
I also want to mention, just to the point about kind of that dedicated space on sports fields per se, there's some teams that need those reserve space. In that first Measure P grant, we did work with GVRD to do something that they hadn't done before, which is a sports team scholarship. And that was to directly address the fact that we have some sports teams that are leaving Vallejo because they can't afford to rent our fields out. And so we didn't specifically include that in this in this particular batch of funding, but if council does want to explore that as a possibility for how to use this scholarship funding for this amount as well, we can certainly do that. I don't think they just launched it, and so I don't think they've had any teams sign up, but in my conversations with the Vallejo United Soccer Club, that is something that they're interested in, because any cost that they don't have to pay to, say, reserve those fields can directly affect how much they are able to charge or not charge their youth to play. So there's some correlation there.
Thank you for clarifying that piece. Is there anybody can be able to get 100% off if they have multiple families and their income is that poor? Is there any families that could qualify for 100% fee waiver, for a scholarship, I should say? 100% they don't have to pay at all.
For the
Just out of
field?
curiosity, I see you have 50% off.
Yeah.
Is there families who can qualify for 100%?
I think the direction was up to 80, so.
Okay.
And I also do want to clarify, the intention of a lot of this programming is free programming. There is some that's reduced cost, but sort of like the spring break camp that's coming up, that's going to be offered for free. And so that's kind of a no hurdles subsidized programming, right? You don't have to apply for a scholarship. You don't have to sign up and only pay a subsidized cost. Like, the intention is that they're able to offer some free programming.
I said that only because the caller did point out, and I did watch all the videos, and I think there was a lot of misunderstanding, so that's the only reason why I'm only asking the question, so it could be clarified from the people that are actually running this. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and I think that's why, and we took some feedback about the free days as being one of the best ways to utilize those funds is, the families that want to show up, that want to go play in the gym, that want to go to Dan Foley and have a picnic, or that want to go to Children's Wonderland and have their kids play. On free days, they can utilize that funding without having to jump through, get on a computer, sign up for a form or things like that.
I thank you for that.
All right, Councilmember Matias, and then Lettershoe.
Thank you, Mayor. First question, how, do you have any data that you can share at this time in terms of the level at which your scholarships are being used by our youth? Like, actually completing the form and the process and leveraging those scholarships to access our programming at a reduced rate? Do you have any data available?
I can ask staff and we can compile something, or not something, but we can compile the data from probably, I wouldn't include COVID years, but for the last 3 years, we can do some compilation of scholarships and how effective they are.
Yeah, I think as part of the data and metrics and grant reporting for this grant, we did want to gather baseline data about, on just a general GVRD funded year, how many scholarships have they used throughout that year. We do know that with the 36,000 out of the 50,000 that they've spent from the last one, they've been able to utilize 120 additional scholarships. So beyond what their 50K has already funded through what they regularly fund through their scholarships. So that is a little bit of data that we have, but yeah, we will be getting some baseline data.
So just to confirm, that additional 36K is money that has actually been leveraged by Vallejo youth through scholarships?
Correct.
Okay. And then how accessible, or let me reframe the question. How much support are you providing youth and parents to complete those forms and make their way through the scholarship process?
Well, we have two ways. One is online, but most people in Vallejo will go to our office on 395 Amador, and we actually have two front attendants who will walk people through. We also have bilingual assistants on the scholarships too. So if I had a timer, well, when I was over there, now with the any child who goes to Vallejo schools gets the scholarship, it has streamlined it quite a bit, so it's less than 5 minutes from start to finish. And then that's also including them picking the classes.
Got it. Because I just want to make sure, and this has been shared in multiple meetings now, that this process is as easy as possible for folks to make their way through it and to access the programming. Like, that's really the intent behind it. And it would be also helpful to just get some data from your team as to what is that, I mean, in the grants management world, you call it like technical assistance. Like, how much support is your staff actually providing to our community to help them get through that application process, get them into the programming that they want for their kiddos? I think that would be a helpful data point for us as part of the grant report. And then I have some questions about the targeted programming bucket, but I suspect my colleague on the far end will probably address those, so I'm not going to take them on. We'll come back to that. So, on the spot, full blast. Need some humor sometimes. I'm not using your time. I love you too, Councilmember Leju. The last piece that I just want to stress is the free days. I personally would want that number to be higher. And I think for me, it goes back to something I've been talking about for the past 11 months. It's important for us to reconnect our residents with our parks. You did a great job during the pandemic actually doing that. Like, you made them free. Folks got to experience them and explore them, especially our newer residents. And then after some period of time, once they fell in love with it, you said, well, we actually have to maintain the place, so we're going to charge some fee. I think we need to do more of that. And so I would put more of the money to go towards free days because the intent behind this initiative is really to keep our youth engaged and busy and off the streets, right? So let's make sure we're being nimble and actually push more of that money into that bucket. And then the last piece is any approval that goes forward tonight. And this is also something I've been touching on the entire year. I want to make sure that the GVRD board weighs in on the effectiveness of these programs. I would want it to be agendized in a future meeting of theirs. I appreciate this dialogue, and at the same time, we have to make sure we're hearing from the folks that we're appointing and commissioning to really focus in on this area so that we can also get their perspective on whether or not these things are working. So we hear from staff, we hear from our appointed officials, and then that helps inform a much richer conversation. So as part of the report that we get back, I'd want to see a write-up from the GVRD board that I'm hoping comes out as a result of their own discussion on the matter. And that's all I got, Mayor.
All right. Councilmember, did you have a comment?
No, I was just going to say thank you, and I will, thank you for recognizing I have bosses and need to keep them happy too. So thank you.
All right. Councilmember Leju and then Paul Martis.
Thank you. Thank you for this reporting and coming back. So Councilmember Matias is absolutely right. As it relates to the targeted areas, I'd like to have some data. How many of our children live in each of these districts? Because that should help us have a better budget. I don't know if $25,000 is adequate if we're actually targeting. And I don't know, I think, is it District 2, North Vallejo? You're 2, right? What district? Okay. Yeah. I know for a fact District 2 has a high number of families, high number of children. I imagine District 6 does as well, but I would really love to know how many children live in each of those districts. I'd like to have the demographic data around what are our income brackets within those districts, and how much activity have we had in the past 3 years from families within that district, and then set the budget. Otherwise, the value of the targeted program really isn't valuable if we don't know that information, from my perspective. And then additionally, to our GVRD ED, so you made a comment about 11 kids, and you made a comment about rent. And I don't know if I misheard you, but you made the comment that, as an example, they're losing funding, so you're determining how you're going to assist them with their rent. That's not from this funding, correct?
So that was just an option and an idea. It hasn't been vetted out yet.
Okay, so let me share my perspective. That's no different than the advertising. From my perspective, I don't want to pay a program's rent. I want to see there be actual activities for children. So if that program needs to figure out how to pay their rent, then we need to figure out a different way to assist.
So 11 kids?
Because that's what I heard, so maybe
Oh,
I
okay.
misunderstood it.
No, there's some more history behind 11 kids, because it went through the city, but yeah, I can provide that.
Well, I know we've given them a scholarship because it came through here, 11 kids.
Oh, okay.
So I know that for a fact. And while I appreciate that they are servicing children in District 6, as it relates to rent, we need to figure out how to subsidize their rent in a very different way, not from this $300,000.
Okay, thank you.
That's my opinion as a council member who really fought to bring these dollars forward to GVRD.
Okay.
Okay, so in addition to that, and I agree with Councilmember Mateus around free days, because that is a way to help us connect, have families connect. And having free days can be in many different ways, in many places, that if you're reducing something from a youth program, where if we're talking youth are 13 to above, you can have some free days that really target that youth age, right? Versus it, so that if a family, to Councilmember Gordon's point, we've agreed to 80%. If a family needed 100%, we wouldn't even need to cross that bridge because we are doing something that really allows for. From my perspective, this is a gift to GVRD to manage, to enhance and increase accessibility to the different types of functions that your program provides. And I want to make sure that that gift is taken advantage at the highest level and at the highest rate. So we need to really think about who are we serving, what is the economic status, and as we think about what's going on in our federal government and the different funding cuts that are happening, the shift in subsidies, we really need to think about how we are laying these dollars into different programs and opening access to our children and their families. So again, I would like for you all to really deeply think about this a little more. It's like, how do we really utilize these dollars and ensure that as many families, regardless of their economic status, has this opportunity and brings them back and connects them to the environment, to nature, which is very healthy, right? So thank you.
Councilmember Palmares and then Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentations. Just have a comment I'd like to make. I'd like to preface a couple things. First, I unequivocally support GVRD. I got my yellow belt in karate through GVRD. Second, Measure P means different things to different people as far as what it can be used for and what it cannot be used for. The best interpretation of Measure P that I've heard is that the funds go to meet pent-up demand. And I'll go one step further. In my opinion, the funds should go to meet pent-up demand, and the effects of what is being funded are both immediate and impactful. Now, if our goal is to immediately and impactfully address violence, then respectfully, this action falls short of that. Yes, I believe that these programs should be more accessible and affordable to families with limited means, but not every child who comes from a family with limited means is necessarily going to commit violence. And I don't believe that the children who are likely to commit violence in the future are necessarily going to be captured by this augmentation of the affordability of GVRD's programming. Now, strictly looking through the lens of being a steward of Measure P funds, I would only support funding programming that will be completely oriented toward precisely targeted interventions against criminogenic attributes, or alternatively, the funding came from someplace that isn't Measure P. But I could see where the wind is blowing in this direction. I fully respect where my colleagues are going with this, so thank you.
All right, Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Gabe, and thank you, Victoria, for your presentation. And I know for a fact how GVRD helps support the community in general, but specifically a lot of our school system, Vallejo City Unified School District, specifically in the after-school program. And I've brought this up at our 2x2 meetings in the past, is one of the critical issues that our school district has been facing is attendance issues. And one of the things that I had broached was increasing the kids club program, the before school program, and it's things like that. I was hoping that this type of money, I know it's not earmarked for that, but it's that type of programming where there's a focus and there's an intentionality behind that serves the larger community, and that goes to the question, and some of the concerns that have been brought up about this is the equitable standpoint, because a lot of people are under the impression that GVRD is the gatekeeper of who goes in, who's able to attend, and who's able to participate, to where they're under the impression or misimpression that there is an exclusionary factor to say that some people may not be allowed to this. And so I think if you can speak to the inclusivity of that everyone or the totality of who's able and who's not able to participate, that would help, I guess, squelch a lot of the perceptions or misperceptions that GVRD is the gatekeeper of who can participate in what.
I'm trying to think of a good example. You know what? At this time, it reminds me, a couple years ago, we had a Santa dropout, and I have the padding and I can grow a white beard. I filled in for Santa Claus, and it's a wide variety of people who attended the Breakfast with Santa. Mm-hmm. You can't just say it's all one type of group that attends. It's open to all. You had people speaking Tagalog, Spanish, mm-hmm. English. There was even a Russian family. And as I played Santa and I asked them, what they want for Christmas, some of the stories were heartbreaking, mm-hmm. because there are definitely families who need help. And there's families who get by pretty well, and then there's families who hopefully give back to the community, and I've seen that in this community. There are families who have the means to give back. So to say that there's one particular type or that there's barriers, I usually hear the barriers are the costs, and we try to keep the costs low. It's hard as a pay-to-play or to say that everything is free. I wish that could happen. Coming from Parks and Rec, I wish we could say everything was free. But the barriers, we're trying to lower the barriers just even on the scholarships. So I think, we've tried our best. When the city went bankrupt, we used to get $500,000 a year for the pool, $80,000 for South Vallejo, $60,000 for North Vallejo to run those community centers in the pool. That stopped after 2009. So, that's more than $10 million that we've done without, but we haven't set the bar higher for fees. So I like to think of being this is a diverse community. And I like to think that if someone points out a barrier, we try and lower it.
Very much appreciate that. And to be more specific to where some of the criticism behind this and how this is framed is the fact that we have quite a few nonprofits that deal directly and support a lot of the kids that specifically directly towards violence towards the kids. And the question to there is, why aren't we getting this $300,000? Why is it directly for GVRD to be the gatekeeper for all of this? So that's what, and so if you have the ability to help kind of not necessarily counter that message, but to help expand how your organization can best utilize and kind of expand that what other organizations are already doing, and specifically a lot of the nonprofits that work directly with the kids, that would help with the understanding of how this is being framed and put together, which I think it speaks to I think the ongoing message that since Ms. Grace Barkdale has been in her position of how we're like the goal of a youth center and the goal of having more sports facilities available. I think that we've started that conversation years ago when I first came on council, and it's still an ongoing conversation. And I'm hoping once we get through our asset management understanding of what available facilities we may have and working with GVRD, how we can end up getting a youth center. Ideally, in a utopian world, we would have a youth center in each of our districts. And to where kids, no matter, they would be familiar with that area. And so this is where I'm hoping that that is still a goal and idea that we're shooting for, but I don't want that to run stagnant to where I look at this should be a ladder to that type of effort, to where this gets some of the program and some of the funding moving forward. But let's have this as a stepping stone to get to that ultimate goal of youth centers, ideally in each district, with these sports facilities to keep the kids off the street and not necessarily counter to what Councilmember Palmera says, but for me, any activity that keeps the kids off the street is an activity of anti-violence right there. So the more we keep them active and engaged in something that keeps them off the streets or around, keeping them away from nefarious people, I think we have the better chance of gathering our youth back to us and having them upstanding citizens. So thank you for allowing me to share.
Really quickly, through the chair, to your point as well, Gabe, if you can talk just really briefly about the development of Franklin Athletics Center.
Yeah, thank you, Victoria. So that was one critique that there was in Fields. Staff and I, since when the Prop 68 during COVID, we tried to keep people busy. We applied for grants. It's been a 5-year, I'll cut the story short. It's been a 5-year process to get a field leased by the school district, get the state to say, okay, you got a 30-year lease. We'll give you the $7.5 million to redevelop the field, the lower field of Franklin. We'll be presenting to the board a new turf field, playgrounds. It'll be more of a park as opposed to an athletic field for middle school. So we plan to break ground in the spring. So, from, April 2020 to today, we have been working to get another field. So I think it's a good success story where two agencies work together to provide an additional park.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Victoria.
All right. I won't repeat anything that's been said. I think I would agree that I think one of the reasons why GVRD was identified was because we wanted to be able to deploy funds quickly to support people. Obviously, bureaucracy intervened in that sense because this was supposed to be for the summer. But, I think the most important thing is that we are intentional about where it's going and measuring the impact of where it's going, that we're not just like, oh, let's throw money. I think a lot of times well-intended policymakers will throw money at a problem, but if we don't purposefully allocate it and then measure it to make sure that we're getting the best sort of return, then we're, not going to set ourselves up for success. So I appreciate the thought that went into this, given that it was sort of a short-term idea. I would say with the free days and some of the programs, just to focus on the days as the kids are out of school, maybe just like every holiday is free or free Fridays during the summer, or something where we know the kids are out of school. I completely agree with my colleague. Anytime you're getting something for youth to do, but also I think the important thing for me is you have a safe space for the youth that don't want to engage in those activities, but they might not have a safe space to go, and that's where our parks come in and our rec centers and our sports leagues, and it's a solace, and it's also, as opposed to programming specifically targeting vulnerable youth, the nice thing about our parks district and our sports leagues is it allows folks to connect with students, I think especially younger youth who are in neighborhood schools. It might provide an opportunity for young people to interact with people from outside their neighborhood, from different cultures. You had mentioned it, Gabe, earlier, different languages being spoken, people from different parts of the city, just anything that can sort of bridge divides, socioeconomic divides, I think is going to bring our community together and help address, and reduce conflict and tension going forward. So that just like creation of that safe, accessible space. We might consider piloting, this is just an idea, we might consider piloting a pay what you can day and just see what happens and just see what that does, because there might be some families that want to go and support the free days, but they're like, hey, we can pay, so we might be willing. I don't know if any parks have ever done that. The other thing that I would say is we've had a couple conversations amongst ourselves about coordination across different agencies, and I'm feeling like we probably, maybe through Victoria, we could talk about it at the 2x2, but I wouldn't want it to be at the 2x2, have a work group or a roundtable focus specifically on what are our young people doing, what are the things that they can be doing at a given time. And I think we've had this conversation in the context of having 19 toy drives. I made up 19, but I think there's probably 10 toy drives, 10 different trunk or treats, we have all these different summer programs, but making sure that if we're going to do, if GVRD is going to do a free day, let's not make that free day the same day that another organization is doing a fair, or the same day that the school district is doing a community event or a parent night. Let's be thoughtful about how we weave everything together between the school district, our various nonprofits, all of our schools, our various nonprofit, our parks district, and maybe a work group or a round table is the way to do that. That meets, every couple months or every month, especially when it gets closer to the summer, to talk about, okay, let's all just calendar this out. Where are the gaps? Is there a 2-week period where we don't have anything going on for young people? Maybe that's when we put our GVRD free days. So that would be my hope. I don't know, again, it could be Victoria, it could be I don't know who would lead it, but I think it's something we can bring up at the 2x2 on Thursday to sort of get going. With that, we have been at this item for 40 minutes. I see Councilmember Gordon. I'm going to encourage us very quickly to move to direction because we got 2 more items, and I know several of us have mentioned that we want to get out of here because we have commitments and issues that we want to deal with. So, Councilmember Gordon, if you can keep it brief.
It's a speedy. So, number 1, 11 kids, the building that's being owned for the Norman King Center, that belongs to the city. So maybe we can entertain to waive the fees for 11 kids and not have to take it out of this pot of money. That would be to the city manager. Since we own the building, we could probably look into waiving the fees or allocate a few dollars to that, to 11. So that way it won't come out of this pot of money as our council member was concerned about. Number 2, to get the data from the school district of the kids. Keep in mind, District 6 is the city. For the school district in South Vallejo, for example, is District 1. So make sure when you're getting that data to service the district, keep that in mind. They're different from the city council. And then I want to make sure that all ages are welcome to free days, not just the little kids who are at home bugging mom and dad during the day. And then I don't look at these programs as kids being easy access to violence, but also to protect them too, from being part of a community that that they may be put in harm's way. So it's not saying that every kid will go become get into the game world, for example, but also to protect them, get them out to play, be a kid, get them off the games. That's how I look at that. And my last one was, you kind of touched a little bit about this, Mayor Source, is I wrote on here that having some type of work group where we meet once a year, and maybe I'm not in the right place with this, so maybe you can tell me, city manager or city attorney, that I talked to a couple of other board members, and they would like that the two that we selected to be on there, on the board, that we could have 2 of the board members from GVRD and 3 council members meet once a year to have a rebus conversation about what they see working, what's not working, or issues that are concerned, like South Vallejo. For me, for example, that we'll meet once a year or twice a year to see what needs to be met. So, because emailing is just getting on our last nerves. It's not working. Does that make sense, or does that sound?
Yeah, it does. It makes sense. I also think that's something that council members could initiate organically if you wanted to, if there were council members that represented districts in a certain part of the city. Less than a majority of you can always get together with the GVRD appointees and talk through issues. So I don't think it needs to be a formal process necessarily.
Okay. So we could ask the rest of the council how they feel about that, because I think that is something lacking. Because it's kind of like, for example, because it's a special district, right? And so, but we don't ever talk to those commissioners like we do other ones, So, so that would be great. I appreciate if you can help me organically set that up. But thank you. That was my last.
Great. Thank you. I might also suggest us, when we debrief this, whenever we kind of have the next check-in on this, maybe inviting the board members to have a study session or a workshop or something with council where we talk about this at a council meeting. All right, I'm looking for a motion, or actually I'm looking for direction from Victoria to make sure you got what you need from us, if there's anything else you need, and then we'll look for a motion.
I believe I got enough direction to make some additional investigative data moves, and then refine our scope and objectives a little bit, and then come back to you guys, because you will need to approve the grant agreement.
So
and I think our plan is to also present to GVRD board once it's polished up a bit as well, and get some feedback.
So my understanding then is...
And the data points.
Yes. My understanding then is, as Councilmember Tulik prepares the motion, we are approving, we can go ahead and approve step 2 of 2, and then we have given direction on the grant agreement that would come back, and then we could make sure we close all of the conversation. All right. Do we have a motion?
Yes, I move we adopt a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2025 to 2026 budget and appropriate $300,000 in Measure P funds to Greater Vallejo Recreational District, GVRD, for a recreation grant to fund subsidies or other measures to enhance community safety, step 2 of 2, and receive a presentation on scope of grant agreement and provide feedback to staff.
All right, so we're approving step 2 of 2, and we have provided feedback. And we've got Councilmember Levisue. All right.
Motion carries with Councilmember Palmares opposed.
All right, thank you both very much. That is going to bring us to item F.
Thank you.
And we have 2 items left, F and D. I anticipate D being very short. I'm going to encourage us to resist the urge to get deep into F and target our recommendations on this item. We have our Assistant to the City Manager, Jason Ackley here. And actually, I'll ask the Deputy City Clerk to formally announce the item, and we'll open up public comment.
Receive scopes for the city council referrals and provide direction to staff.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Assistant to the City Manager Ackley, whenever you are ready.
Sure. Mayor and City Council, thanks for having me tonight to talk to you about the scoping. I've got quite a few slides, but I'm going to go quick because I know at this time we're kind of looking at the clock. Status of active referrals, we've got 5 referrals that are not yet scoped. Those are recent ones that we received within the past couple council meetings. We have 2 referrals awaiting implementation. Those, I believe, are the review of the city manager and the review of the city attorneys. We've got 19 referrals being implemented by staff. We've got 26 referrals scoped and awaiting council direction. And we've got 16 referrals that we've marked off as completed. And then my little reminder at the bottom, this document changes all the time depending on decisions council makes, what we're able to bring in front of you. So we're kind of, it's a moving target. Next slide. 5 not yet scoped items. We've got the parking item for Curtola Parkway, the waterfront city park. We are reaching out to our lobbyists to see if we can set up a discussion for that one. We've got the neighborhood safety and renewal discussion. The Civic Center or turning City Hall and 400 Mare Island Way into a campus. And then the presentation from California Forever is it's an older one that we don't have a scope for that one yet. Staff are implementing. This list are things that you all requested and we scoped, and then you asked us to move forward. And then this also includes things that we were going to do anyway. Sometimes you guys come up with an idea and it's good and we just move with it. So I'm not going to sit here and read all these to you. They're in the packet. This contains things like the security program, which is moving. Sale of Herbert House, which we're trying to run through another process to see if we can move that along. Citywide performance audits on this list. Next slide, please. Part 2 of these staff are implementing. We've got the GVRO, the gun violence restraining order that came recently. SAB item is next on the agenda, so that one is under the staff are currently implementing it. Completed items, we've got a big list of them. We're very proud of them, and we're happy that we got these items done. I would have read a bunch of them, but it's after 11 o'clock. Scoped and awaiting council direction. These are the important ones now. These are items that you requested and that we had scoped out by senior staff. Scopes, of course, are high-level estimates based on information that we have at the time, so they can change as we get more deep into the weeds on some of these items. And then, of course, there's always the possibility that we could substitute consultant hours and costs to make some of these items move along faster, especially in departments where staffing is a challenge. So there's 2 pages of these as well. They're in the packet. The vice mayor had suggested at one of the previous meetings that we kind of slice things a little differently and organize them by council goal. So we've got these items separated out in your packet by goal in case the council would like to move forward with a specific goal and some items off that list, or if they're thinking of moving forward, maybe one item off of each of the lists and that kind of. There's the other half of those. Next slide, please. Next steps, I'm sitting here to receive direction on if we want to move forward with scoping any referrals that are unscoped, or if you'd like us to move forward some of the items that we've got scopes all set up for. And then, of course, goal setting's coming up, and that would be a good time to get have a more robust discussion about some of these items.
All right, thank you very much. Let's first check for public comment on this item. Do we have any comments in person or on? Oh.
Yes, we have one public comment or speaker is Tony S.
All right, I'll be quick. Good evening, speaking on behalf of myself at this moment. I just wanted to say this sort of process all along has kind of been really convoluted unnecessarily. I think that as you all decide tonight what you want to scope or not scope and really move forward with to don't think about my particular project, just think about how does this help the city. There's some things in there that aren't going to take a whole lot of staff time, and also I think it's a waste of time for staff to even put it up there where things like an ad hoc committee, that's not going to take a whole lot of staff time to figure out. But that goes back to my first statement. This has been convoluted and made more complicated than it needs to be, which goes back to the conversation we've had tonight about trust and some of the frustration that's been going on in this city with the citizens. Additionally, I think it goes to communication. We can go look at the Army Reserve, other particular projects, what's going on with the warming shelters. Sorry, it's late. So just think about, what you want to do, how we can move this forward, how we can get out of here before midnight too. I think that's pretty important. But I appreciate you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so it sounds like we have an online speaker. Let's go ahead and call them.
Kuldeep Singh, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Can you guys hear me? Thank you,
Yes, would you
city
mind
staff
repeating
and
your
city-
name?
Oh, sure, just Kevin Solanke.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm representing a few of the hotels here in town, and we're happy to support the bid that got approved. And we just want to remind everyone that it's about investing into Vallejo. It's about marketing us, and hopefully more dollars are spent here because we're close to Napa, Six Flags, and all these other things. But our main concern is that
I'm gonna pause real quick. I'm so sorry. We actually had that item earlier in the meeting. We approved the
Yeah, I
item,
got
and
it.
the item we're on
I'm
now
just
are
going
the
forward.
scope of city referrals. So if you can hang for just a little bit, we will have a community forum later in the meeting
No,
where you
this
can
is
speak.
This is regarding the short-term rentals on
Oh, the
9F.
short-term rentals.
I think it's
Thank you
number
for-
6.
thank you
Yeah,
very
I'm
much
just
for-
saying relating.
Thank you very
Right,
much
the
for
fact that-
clarifying. Go right ahead. We'll make sure you get that time back.
Right.
Thank you. We were confused for a second, but now we understand. Thank you.
No, I'm just saying that it's approved, and we would just, as hoteliers, we want it to be, fair that if all these listings, there's about 85 listings on short-term rentals, that the city is missing out on the taxes revenue as well as Visit Vallejo. So I think it's important for fairness to make it a level playing field because hotels are losing business to these short-term rentals, and so is the city in taxes. So I think it's important that it be implemented. And I think it was brought up in 2023, and I think there's also a tax code, chapter 319.20A, that already has a short-term rental ordinance. I'm not sure if that's valid or not, and if that can be enforced. But if not, can we just move forward with a formal ordinance like other cities, like our neighboring cities? Once again, thank you. I just want to prioritize getting these short-term rentals paying into Visit Vallejo as well as the general fund into Vallejo's funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And apologies again for our misunderstanding of your item. We appreciate you. Were there any other speakers on this item? All right. With that, I will say a couple things and my quick thoughts, and then hopefully we can just kind of go down the line and see if we have one or two things we want to prioritize. I do want to comment. I don't believe that the lists still are lining up. I'm seeing stuff on the implementing items that I don't think have ever been before this council. There was one on the Vision Zero, a branded campaign. Those were things that I think were on the list with everything else. So I just think there's more work that needs to be done for what is getting, we just are just not there. We're not there after 11 months of grappling with this. I agree with the speaker. This process is just one of the most inefficient processes that we could possibly have. So unfortunately, we're stuck with it for the moment. So my priorities would be the renter protections and the Mare Island update. I only have one item on the list, which is Sperry Mill. Honestly, that could be an email. Really what I'm looking for is an update on the permitting for the activity out there and or code enforcement that is being taken for that activity out there. It's been, I think, 5 years since the city learned that there was illegal operation. So that can be a memo, but if we can have something also provided to the community, that doesn't need to be agendized. So I would say Mare Island Update and Renter Protections are my priorities. I would like to see the quarterly public work and housing reports start in 2026. So I'd like to see both of those agendized in the first 3 months of 2026, and those reports start being quarterly. We already get response times in the chief's update, so I'm not sure why that's on the list. And then I would advocate to eliminate the not taking, I don't think we need to develop an ordinance that we're not going to take a position on international conflicts. That is like 2 years old, and I think the council already did that. I don't think we need an ordinance for that. So those are my priorities. I would remove international conflicts item because I think that's outdated. And I would prioritize Mare Island Update, Renter Protections, start the Housing and Public Works quarterly reports in 2026. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. I just want to get a little bit clarity real quick. So the creation of the Sonoma Ad Hoc Committee, can you tell me a little bit more about why that was there? I forget a little bit. And to say, is that all of Sonoma from Highway 37 all the way to the Carquinez Bridge?
That was Councilmember Matias's request.
That was my item, Councilmember Gordon. And yes, anytime I talk about Sonoma Boulevard, I'm talking about the entire corridor. Now, I was going to say that I actually want that item removed because the Economic Development Commission has formed its own committee, so I don't want a duplication of efforts. I would like for them to do the work and then send us some recommendations. So I'm removing that.
I appreciate that the EDC did that, and I also think because we have the Highway 29, the Caltrans project, that it, for the next year at least, would be good to have conversations about Sonoma Boulevard regularly as a council anyway, maybe in coordination with the EDC's committee. So.
And I agree with the mayor. Thank you very much to both of you for clarifying that for me, because that was one of my requests. But now that you mentioned that there's somebody else doing that, that'd be great. And I would like to get updated about that. But I also see what's still missing here when we talked about the waterfront. Oh, I think we took it off. We talked about the waterfront, and I wanted to make sure that the waterfront was not just only downtown, but also all the way down to the Carquinez Bridge, because we have a whole big old waterfront in District 6 that's not being utilized or even considered. Matter of fact, there's a boat there that looks like it's part of the emblem of Vallejo, and it's not officially. But I noticed that that's missing here, and I know I mentioned asking that but I think we took it off because there was a project, right? Did Gillian mention about, and she did include that part of the waterfront? Is that why we took it off?
So there are two things that are coming to mind from your question. There's an update to the waterfront specific plan. So that's something that's already underway, and RFP has been issued, and I think proposals have been returned. And then there was a more recent referral that I believe Councilmember Letiju raised regarding parking along the waterfront, Cortola, and other places. Those are the two waterfront-related referrals that come to mind for me. Are you thinking about, and the project that's already underway, the waterfront-specific plan?
Yes, she did say that it goes all the way to the Carquinez Bridge, which that's not including. I'm not mentioning the Maritime, of course. I'm not mentioning the Sperry Mill, of course. I'm just talking about Durr Street and all of that. But all of that waterfront in District 6.
I don't know.
Did she say that was included part of that project?
I'd have to confirm that. I don't know off the top of my head whether the waterfront specific plan covers all the way over to Carquinez Bridge. Councilmember Palmares, are you responding to this question, or you look like you had some input?
Something different. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. But can you help me and clarify for me, because I made sure I wrote that in there, and then when I saw it was missing, I retyped it back in there again to make sure it was there.
So yes, this is ACM Hain is saying yes, the specific plan does include that area.
All right, then that's why it's not there. Okay, thank you.
All right, I got Councilmember Matias and then Palmares.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do want to elevate something I've mentioned in I don't know how many council meetings, and it kind of speaks to what went on at our last meeting, and that's around our commissions. So specifically for Measure P, they passed 4 resolutions in earlier this year. I think it was either April or May. They made some recommendations to us around the financial reporting of those funds. They made some recommendations around an emergency reserve fund for the Measure P dollars, minimum fund balance that we should have, and they had a resolution around auditing those dollars, and they also had a resolution around proposal submission requirements and fund reversion procedures. Now, we haven't seen that. It's not on this list, and I think that it needs to be included in the list, and I would want to see us move that forward. I don't know, City Manager Murray, if this would be the vehicle to have council vote on that.
I think this would be a fine time. It didn't come to us through the referral process, but if the city council would like to vote to have staff implement that, which simply, I think, means providing an opportunity for a representative Measure P Oversight Committee to come and present those, that would be fine.
I'm just going to ask the audience, the voices are carrying, if you all can keep it down in the audience. Sherry and Paula, if you could just keep it down. It's carrying over here. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you. So the first item is just those resolutions that were passed by the Measure P Oversight Commission. There was a lot of work that went into that, and I think it would be helpful to have us receive those resolutions, consider them, and take some action either one way or the other. So that's one. I talked about the taking off the Sonoma Boulevard Ad Hoc Committee, Jason, because I don't think that's needed at the council level. Commission's already doing that. And then when it comes to items I would want to push forward or support this evening, I would like the city attorney's office to look into the social nuisance ordinance. I've mentioned it a few times this year, and I specifically want to look at updating that ordinance because I do think we need to look at whether or not we should increase the penalties for excessive fireworks, firing off gunshots. That's the type of stuff that really traumatizes community. And I do think we have a responsibility in changing that behavior in our community. So that's a public safety item, 1. 2, I agree with the caller around looking at the rental ordinance and having a recommendation from city staff on what is something that would potentially work here, sort of balancing all of the competing priorities and looking at what other cities have done. And then lastly, agree with the mayor around the tenant protection items and moving that forward. City Attorney Knapp, yes.
My apologies, just a clarification question. When you say the rental ordinance, there are several different ones on that referral list. You mean the short-term rentals?
Yes, so that's
Okay, thanks.
So that's one, and then
Like
the
Airbnb
tenant
and
protections.
okay,
Yeah.
got it, thank you.
So social nuisance, short-term rentals, and then tenant protections.
All right. Councilmember Palmares and then Ledesju.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to rattle off my list, I guess. Number 81, the one regarding fully staffing our economic development department. Number 61, the activation plan for downtown and the waterfront, I believe. Number 27, tenant protections. Number 71, lots of words, but generally the efficient and collaborative city council reforms. And then I do have a question about number 80 with regard to CFDs. It's scoped, but the hours that was it was described as having 40 plus hours. I'm kind of curious how we came to that conclusion. I feel like it could be done in a much shorter period of time.
I think it was the research into the background of the history as part of the whole process. Could take quite a while to dig through old documents and that kind of thing, I believe was where the 40 came from.
Okay. Well, regardless, I'd like to...
Sorry, is that number 80 that you were referring to?
Yes, 80.
Got it. Yeah, 40 plus hours.
Got it.
Yep.
Regardless, I'd like to see that for step 2.
Thanks. Councilmember Letters.
So I agree with the recommendation around the community trust and the tenant protections. Yes. And I think we discussed that when we had our joint meeting with planning and so forth and on. So we're saying that it's scoped in awaiting council direction. So if it's scoped in waiting council direction, I just find it, I need to stop for a moment. Thank you for the work, and I'm glad these items are scoped. But what I find very interesting is you've scoped these items and there's been no email to push them out and say, hey, we've done all these things. Why don't you look at them and review them? And that would be really helpful. So if community land trust and tenant protections are done, we need to move forward and sent to the council so we can review it from my perspective. As it relates to right. So I think there's some other things here, like discuss rebranding of VPD. I don't know that this council talked about having a discussion about rebrand.
No, that was old.
It was...
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm making a point. I think we need to clean up this list. It would be very helpful. Here's what the prior council asked for. Are you interested? Here's what you asked us for as a current council. Because there are 3 members from our prior council who may still want some of those things. And I want to be respectful of that. But it would be very helpful to categorize how this came along and how it came about. Additionally, I'm sorry. I would like to see the limiting parking hours as I requested. That's on not yet scoped items. I don't know why we need to have a scoping session on presentation from cities, lobbyists, and reoccurring item related to federal issues impacting Vallejo community. I believe we pay our lobbyists, and I believe at any moment in time, we should be able to call upon our lobbyists to come and speak to the council. We have not been introduced to our lobbyists as city council members, and I find that quite odd. So I don't believe that that's a scoping issue. It's a request. Again, it's very important, the establishing Office of a Neighborhood Safety and Renewal. We talk about violence. We talk about curbing violence. We talk about safety. This is a key component in that work. And I'd like to see some work done around that. If we're talking about making our city safer, then we need to do something about that. And we talked about this for at least 9-10 months that this has been brought forward. When we talk about Mare Island, CFDs, MISTI, are we just specifically talking about the specific plan, not really about the CFDs, but we're talking about the specific plan?
So I think there are 2 Mare Island related issues. Sorry, Councilmember Palmares, it looked like you.
Yeah, I apologize. I was referring to the one regarding CT 2005. It was the one from last month where I requested the To free-
suspend.
yes, correct.
Okay.
There's another CFD one, but I'm only speaking of that one.
And there are three Mare Island referrals. One is an update on development at Mare Island. One is a broader discussion of Mare Island CFDs, and a third is the most recent that Councilmember Palmares requested recently, which is about potentially freezing one of the Mare Island CFDs. Mayor
I was going
Soares.
to, yeah, I was going to interject real quickly. I think that gets to the point Councilmember Ledeschi was making about cleaning up the list, because there's I think it was on the implementing list, there's the Mare Island CFDs coming back with the specific plan, but then Councilmember Palmares put in a request for the CFD, so those should be combined and put as an item. I mean, it's silly to have the same item twice
Well,
on
I mean,
the
I'll
same
leave
list.
that to Councilmember Palmares to determine whether he thinks those are the same items or distinct.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I feel like those are two separate things. And I think, one, I do want to immediately freeze the 2005 one, but also I feel that, and I feel like some of my colleagues agree with me on this, that we need to also start having the conversation about CFDs.
I think that's
sooner than later.
That's exactly the point I was making. Was,
Okay.
was opening the conversation on freezing the CFD
Mm-hmm.
supersedes the don't bring back the CFD until the specific plan. To me, it overrides, because the other direction was don't bring back the CFD until the specific plan,
I
and
understand.
we
Okay.
said
Yep.
no, bring back the CFD sooner because we
Okay.
want to have this
Yep.
conversation.
All right.
But again, that gets to the confusion on the list. Go ahead, Councilmember Ledeschi. Thank you for letting me interject.
Okay. So there's two separate items. We want to suspend, and then the specific plan, right? Theoretically. Are we going to merge them? It's your district, it's your district, you represent that district, and at the same time, it's a very important aspect, of the work that we're doing. So I'm just trying to be supportive, because I'm just going to be really frank about it. Each and every time this comes forward to this council, I don't feel like we've really done the work to have a significant resolve, and I'd really like to see us collectively work together to do something. So that's why I'm asking this question. How can we be supportive in making this happen?
Yeah, I just want to be clear about my intent,
Okay.
regardless of what was annotated. So again, it's the freezing of 2005 CFD 2005, and then also starting the conversation now about CFDs, but also the finances in general with regard to Mare Island. And I don't know if that got captured in that request, but if it didn't, I'm making it clear now that I want to have that conversation now. It's important because we're thinking about the development long term, and we're not having the conversations about finances as much as we should be. And if there's another referral about waiting until the specific plan, I don't want to wait that long.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get clarity.
Okay, yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a good conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, you just clarified for me, because how I know it is, we need to wait for this specific plan. And so now we're saying we don't want to wait for this specific plan, and we're going to have this discussion around suspension and further long-term financial plans for Mare Island, and as it relates also to the CFDs. So now I get it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So then, from that perspective, I think it reads very differently once it comes back, and the work begins very differently. Okay, and then I think there was something that the report was done for the review of boards and commissions and committees, and I don't recall what we've done about it.
We expanded the scope for the consultant, and I think they were going to come back to us in January. Is
Not till
that still
January?
accurate? Is that still accurate?
Oh, go ahead, Jason, you want to talk about?
Sure. Yeah, we expanded the scope to include interviews with current boards and commissions, holidays, and the consultant working for other cities at the same time as ours have led us to be delayed a little, so it probably won't be January, but I'm hoping to have that rolled out first quarter.
And there are two things specifically. The council directed 2 focus groups that would allow any board or commission members to attend, and then a agenda item at each of our board and commission meetings where there's a discussion to get input on boards and commissions.
So
we're
is it not
rolling-
until, I'm sorry, so is it not until January that the actual scoping and the actual scope document will be presented?
No, that's already in the process of being implemented. We just need to figure out what the kind of discussion guide is for the secretaries or whoever the staff is that are going to go to those board and commission meetings and get that added to those agendas, as well as schedule the focus groups. There's no more direction needed on that. That's already being implemented.
So probably an additional piece of information that should be out there. Some of your boards and commissions are already talking about this, received a copy of the report, and have agenda items where they're talking about their input.
Okay.
So if we were supposed to be waiting for some additional information from the consultant, that they're in front of that.
So I'm gonna say this to the city manager. That's really interesting information to have. Had no idea that this has already begun. And it would be nice to know that, since I happen to be a liaison to several of our commissions and boards. I had no idea that we had already started. So that would be nice to know. And it would have been nice to even see the scoping document. You've started the work, no problem, but just to have an understanding that, oh, we've actually launched the project. And it would have been really nice to have a PIO communique go out that, hey, this is what we're doing, city, to the whatever the case may be. So, okay, thank you.
Actually, just to clarify,
Okay.
it hasn't been agendized per our request to agendize it. We just sent the board and commission members a email telling them what the process was going to be. As far as I know, it hasn't been agendized, and if it has, it's going to need to be agendized for discussion with the city staff liaison or secretary of those commissions.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. Go ahead. So my last thing is where we have completed items on the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians Casino project. I'm not sure that that really is a completed item, and it's in the wrong place. That is something that's ongoing. So I just would, what I would like to have is if we could clean up our list, categorize things appropriately, and do the breakout of here's current, prior council, here's current council, so that we really know what is it that we've asked for, and where are we really in there, and where are we at in it, and that would be really helpful. And Tanya would prefer a Gantt chart with where we are, because I'm telling you, I wouldn't be sitting here asking certain questions if I had, here's the list, here's how, you can put how many hours you spent for your sake, but here's where we are. Are we 50% completed? Where are we in the stage of this work? And personally, if you complete a digital copy, meaning some kind of database or whatever the case may be, I would not have to ask you. I could do this for myself. And it would be very helpful for the community, and we could clean it up in the ways that we need to. And that continues to be my request for clarity and for the sake of ease, as stated by Mr. Stewart. And this process is so cumbersome, and I don't know why it's so cumbersome. So I would just invite you as our city manager, what else can we do to make this seamless and easy for all of us to work together? I'm done.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to interject briefly. I'm glad you mentioned Gantt chart, because I think That's where I would like to get is our priorities mapped out on when council can expect them to come back. And then in agenda setting discussions, we can make sure that they're mapped out and actually come in, because the tenant protections, to your point, was in the housing element and was supposed to come back in September. The fact that it just showed back up on awaiting council direction, that was supposed to come back in September. So this is, again, just, this is the consequence of a process that is not clean enough. Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And especially want to thank Mr. Stewart for, in my mind, the kind words of saying this is a convoluted process. To me, this has actually kind of been a distraction and a preventative barrier to us as a council moving forward. I mean, the biggest complaint that I hear from our constituents are we can't even get business done. And the fact that we have a spreadsheet that has 83 items, so we as a council, we have to go through every single one of these and identify what is the priority for each one of these, to where we're taking staff time away from them doing their own job, what they're theoretically assigned to. So in my mind, if something on here is not under what we as a council has identified as our top priorities, public safety, economic development, and I think the unhoused was a close behind that, then anything outside of that should be something on a TBD type of deal, because we're distracting on the priorities that we as a council have talked about from day one of this is what we want to do. And if we're telling staff, no, stop that, because you need to address this referral that this council member had, whether it's something specific to their district or not, but if it doesn't fall within those top priorities that we identified as a council, I'm looking at that as that we're distracting our own progress moving forward with a lot of this stuff. As good as some of these items may be, it's slowing us down, and this is where I hear it on a regular basis. We're not getting business done of what we've been asked to do. And so I would ask us as a group, and similar to how we supposedly put this process into, if we're going to add something to an agenda, that there's supposed to be a form filled out, thought out, to where we know what direction we're going to. I would like to implement something like this for referral. Before you put something on this referral list, have it thought out, figured out, because I'm hearing more questions coming out of this than we do answers, to where we're going around in circles with a lot of stuff. So to save us time, I would like to see us as a council, if we're putting something on this referral list, to have it thought out first, not tell staff, oh, well, I want this, without any thought behind it, and then they're trying to figure out what we want, no, that's not what we wanted. So I would like to have it more set up to where they have clearer direction, but the fact that we don't even do that for our agenda that we're supposed to be doing, then that tells me that our whole process is we're thinking of stuff, but we're not even following what we say we want to do. So I'm telling that to all of us as a group, is let's get this figured out, do it the right way, because we're running around in circles, and we have 83 items on this that we have to go through, that you tell me how long that's going to take.
So if I may, something that worked for the council earlier and that Councilmember Bregenzer recommended is, and you all did this with public safety, is identifying a handful of these that you collectively agree that you want to move forward with. And there were, when we went down the list, there were a number of different items. Are there, say, a half dozen of these that you all can reach consensus on tonight that we can begin to implement? Because taking the entire list and going through it A to Z at one time is an overwhelming task. That's something we've discussed doing as part of goal setting. But are there, and again, you already did this on public safety when you identified some ordinances that the city council, that the city attorney brought back. Are there a half dozen things here tonight that you can tell staff to move forward with so we can start chipping away at this list instead of just adding to it? So if there's a way to identify that consensus, that would be great and very welcome for staff.
I'm going to build on what Councilmember Matulik said, and then we've got a few more lights, and I want to get us to some decision point. I would say, I think the problem is the process. I think this process was, as of several years ago, was put in place, and nothing was ever followed up on, and so we've got this huge backlog. But this process that we are dealing with right now is how to get something on an agenda. We're not talking about giving staff direction to implement a project. We're literally just trying to put things on an agenda. And the fact that we have wasted, probably at this point with this council, a couple dozen hours grappling with all this stuff and future items, part of it is the fact that we haven't had goal setting. We've onboarded 4 new members of the council and still haven't had goal setting. That is a big part of, I think, a lot of the conversations with these referrals and priorities are conversations we should have had in a more structured way at goal setting. But also, you know, Councilmember Ledeju just made a point that the warming center isn't on here. We don't have a system where the items on the agenda actually match the priorities. And the referral list is just for council members wanting to add agenda items. Our priorities shouldn't come solely from the referral list. We have other priorities as well. We have stuff in progress. We have the warming center. We have all the other things that are in process. And we've never had a holistic conversation about what should go on agendas. And so, I mean, to me, I wasn't at the meeting when the two-step process was discussed and this new system was put in place, but I think we need to either use goal setting or a separate meeting to talk about how things get on an agenda for the Vallejo City Council in a way that doesn't waste everybody's time and obstruct the process. Convoluted is a kind word. So I would say, I don't know why we need additional action on tenant protection, because that's come up probably 4 times since this council took office, and it was in the housing element. So that's the one that had the most consensus on the council. The next, I was taking notes with what everybody mentioned. The next item was Mare Island and the CFD, which again is coming back anyway with the specific plan. I thought that was already in the hopper. So something with relation to the Mare Island CFD. And then I heard a couple comments about the waterfront and economic development. You know, as soon as we get an economic development director or interim director, I think we need to have an economic development item. And that's probably, for me, that's kind of where I'm at. And then I think we need to really dig in at goal setting. But that's my summary of having heard everybody's comments. Those are kind of the 3 things that came through, were the tenant protections, the Mare Island stuff, specifically the CFD, and the economic development stuff. Those were the ones that were mentioned by multiple council members. So I see council members Gordon, Palmares, and Matias, and let's just keep an eye on time. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. So I had understood that, because our first one was safety, and I guess what I heard the city manager say, okay, so we completed some of those, so now we can open up the door to a next set of items. And so, because remember, for us, some of us, we still have 3 years. So we're just putting in our ask, and not we expect you to get it all done, but like we had started a theme that we would do safety for the next 6 months, and if you already complete it, then we take on the next theme, or we take on the next 3 or 6 items. I'm just using that as an example. That's how I understood it, right? And so in thinking of that theory, I'm only going to mention it so you can have a tally of what we could probably work on. So to add to the tally, not repeating what my colleague said, I do think that we should add to the tally the short-term rental ordinance, and we should think about adding some taxes dollars to that, because like the caller said, it would be lucrative for us and be fair for them. The next one would be the same as the condo apartment compensation ordinance. The next one discussed on building permit fees for low-income housing. And my next one would be policies to support the Vallejo Community Land Trust, tenant protection, just cause eviction protection, and rent. And my next one would be the next page over, would be update on social nuisance ordinance. Again, it's the tally, not repeating as if I didn't hear my colleagues ask for that. And really important, discuss on abandoned vehicle program, because in District 6, it's starting to look like a doggone car dealership for beat up cars. The next one would be the elevation of possibility of the convention center, as my colleague wanted. I've been waiting for that since 2005. It's supposed to be right back here, and still, I seen the whole layout and still waiting for that. Report of the current EC staffing and recommendations for idea for staffing level. I'd like to know a little bit about that. I forgot about that. Was that something that was implemented in this term or prior to? Can you clarify for me, please?
I think that was a request from Councilmember Palmares to look at our current economic development staffing. Am I remembering that correctly?
This one here.
Yes, that's mine.
Can you refresh my memory, please?
So I made a referral for us to take a look at the current economic development, the department, their staffing levels, and provide options for what will be an ideal staffing in terms of just, what other positions you may want, or in order to do all things that economic development is supposed to be doing.
So,
thank you very much for clarifying. And is that something that needs to be here, or is something you can't do on your own, or that's something that we need to direct right away?
So that's a special project that a council member would like us to look into. Periodically we consider the organizational structure and the staffing levels of different departments, but this Councilmember Palmares brought forward this specific item for us to, make sure that we devote some time to looking at the staffing levels. So based on Councilmember Gordon's comments, I'm wondering, the mayor had been doing a great job of keeping tabs on the various referrals, and council members' references to them had identified tenant protections, CFDs, and activation of downtown and the waterfront as 3 items that seem to have support from multiple council members. Are there any other items that seem to have, if I understand that that's what her comment was, are there any other items that you think had support from multiple council members that you would like to see staff move forward with now?
I think the update to the social nuisance should be considered, and also the abandoned vehicle program should be discussed. Those 2 are good ones. And again, it doesn't have to be, right away. It could be as you knock one off, you can add that on there. You know what I mean?
I understand. Yeah, we're just trying to identify the ones that have some consensus support or majority support.
But I don't know if they can vote on it. Are they going to vote on that, or?
You all are going to vote on a slate of projects, yeah.
Okay. So I'm just asking that right there, since are you keeping tabs?
We just got 2 more comments before we come up with what we're voting on.
No, she said you're keeping tabs. Are you keeping tabs? Okay, great.
I am. Councilmember Matias and then Palmares, and then we wanted to get out of here by midnight. It's not going to happen, but let's try to move.
We're almost there.
I'll be quick. I just want to clarify an earlier comment that you made, Mayor, on the Vision Zero policy. So that was actually my item. I requested it very early in the year, and it is in fact being implemented. Staff included it in the budget because it was aligned with the road and traffic calming and sort of traffic safety initiatives that they were already thinking through. And so at an earlier meeting, I said, because staff already included a line item in the budget for this, I don't feel like there's a need for me to advocate for this item anymore, and because they're actually implementing it. So
thanks for clarifying.
Yeah,
So that's
that
why
was-
it wasn't agendized for us. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that was one, just for record keeping, and then I am confused about the waterfront one, and I'm just gonna leave it there because I thought we had already given direction. We had approved a contract on some design work, and so I don't know why. I only heard one person mention that tonight, but my understanding and my memory of it is that we had already provided direction to you and your team multiple times around that. So I don't even think that needs to be part of the slate this evening, because we've provided direction and we also approved expenditures attached to a contract. That's my recollection.
I think it might be slightly different things. So there's the waterfront specific plan. There's also an urban design contract for doing pedestrian improvements of the waterfront, which is different, I think, than near-term economic development activation of the waterfront area. So that's
But
my...
we gave direction on that.
Okay.
We did. I
Okay.
recall. Yeah, I recall, I don't want to say where, but I recall on 2 separate occasions we provided direction on those items. And the reason why I'm just mentioning that is it's not to keep calling stuff out, it's more like, I don't really feel like that should be part of the list we give you tonight because we already gave direction.
Yeah, understood. I'll confirm that.
And then, so I just want to go back to something Councilmember Matulak said. I'll be quick. So I see this list a little differently. We haven't had goal setting. We will have goal setting, I hope, soon. At goal setting, we can look at this list and we can collate all of these items into, priority areas that we align as a group around. Because we didn't have goal setting, we've had to rely on this process. But I am hopeful that once we go through goal setting and we align around how we're going to operate as a team, a lot of this stuff is going to be much smoother than how it's been. It's just been bumpy because of that. So that's just my personal opinion. But when it comes to the referral list, I could put on there 150 items if I want to. It's not that I'm telling any of you guys you need to vote on this today. Those are just items that I would like for us to talk about in the future. Like, you didn't hear me talk about the Civic Center and pushing that this evening. I have over 3 years in office. So I think we do have to ground it in what are our priorities for the year. Public safety is one of them. Economic development has been the other. And then based on that, there should be some consideration to, does staff have capacity to drive this work forward? And that gets me to my final question, Mr. Murray, which is between now and goal setting, I think it would just be helpful for me to know from you, right? Because my item is the social nuisance ordinance, for example. That's a city attorney item. That's not a, your side item. Most of my items have been in her office this year. So does your staff between now and goal setting have capacity to drive 3 or 4 of these items forward? One of them, I just want to, I think that would be helpful so we can give you some concrete direction.
Yeah, we can start working on 3 or 4 of these right now. So if council decides tonight that it would like to move forward with 3 or 4 or 5 of these, we can start working on them right away.
Okay, so again, my item, because this is going to take some time, is the social nuisance ordinance, which is a public safety item. And the other item that I elevated was the short-term rentals, which you had a hotel owner call in and say, this is an issue that should be looked at. And it's been sitting on the agenda for 3 years. So those are my 2.
And I added those to the list. And I'll also say we should be thinking as well about what we want a referral to be and how, a referral for an agenda item isn't necessarily something we'd like to do in the next few years. I think we need to get that process settled. But I also want to say that we need a process to track the things that we'd previously given direction on that haven't been followed up on. Because what I don't want to do is put more things in the hopper and we keep every few months we start 5 more projects and we never finish these projects. So like the performance auditing and the whistleblower policy, the funding for the CVI programming, I mean, we gave that direction in March or April, the faith-based safe camping and parking when we had our homelessness conversation. So those are all things we already talked about that are still in process that we need follow-up on. So can we add 5 more things in the hopper here for staff to work on and also receive the follow-up and follow-through on all the other things that we've been talking about that take far longer than they should to come back to this council? That's my concern with adding too many items this evening. So I see Councilmember Palmares, and I'm trying to expedite us by keeping my list. So I have the tenant protection Maryland update with CFD. ED staffing was what got multiple. So I mean, I think the waterfront specific plan is already coming back, so we might be okay with that. And then the short-term rentals and the social nuisance ordinance. Those have gotten support from a couple people. I don't have a problem with either one of those. I just worry about, I would like to see some stuff cleared before we start adding new ordinances. Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Mayor. So I recognize that's super late, and it's kind of unwieldy to come to consensus with 6 council members. All kind of feels like we're congealing right now, but I also want us to be clear-eyed, critical, and objective with respect to all the our preferences. And frankly, I wasn't taking notes for like everyone's preferences, right? So if I could make a recommendation, maybe you could come back to City Council in an email, just listing all the referrals that each of us respectively prefer, and ask us in like 2 categories. Like, one, in a ranking, how much do you want this? And then another category will be, how much, in your opinion, does this apply to our already existing priorities? So, what was it? Public safety, effective and efficient governance. I forgot the other one. But how much does this actually apply, right? And I think when we all rank them, then we'll have a pretty good list of like, okay, we all want this to happen. This has great applicability, and then you could see like which is going to come to the top. I think there were already a few that we all kind of agree on, and I would assume that we're going to rank them appropriately. But we've all said a few, and I frankly I just wasn't taking notes on everyone's things. So I think a good way to move forward and just make sure we have a really good list would be to come back and ask us for those 2 rankings, provided that the rest of the council thinks this is a good idea.
I hear what you're saying. I feel like that's what we need to do at goal setting. I feel like the conversation tonight, the request for the conversation tonight was we wanted to be able to agendize stuff between now and goal setting. So I think if we select a few things to agendize between now and goal setting, then we can do the prioritization conversation at goal setting. Because if we step back again and rank them and come back, then none of this is getting agendized till February, and we've kind of missed the point of bringing it back. And there was a strong desire amongst council to bring this back in December so that we could get things going now. So,
sorry, can I speak? I don't think this is an either or situation, though. I mean, to send out an email, get everyone to respond within a few days, I think that's pretty reasonable. We could still get an instantaneous, or not instantaneous, but a fairly immediate response. And then we could also say, like, hey, the ones that you captured right now that we all verbally said we agree on, those could go to the top. But then I just want to make sure we're capturing everyone's preferences before the goal setting, right? So now that there's actually a list that we're creating. I mean, if we're going to do that anyway, let's just do that when we're, when we have some time to think about it, we're not on camera, and we can actually make that list.
So I think, maybe we dual track it. There do seem to be some that have some consensus around them to move forward on now. And as part of goal setting, we can institute a process where we get your advanced input by asking for your rankings on, those 2 different dimensions.
go ahead, Councilmember Gordon.
I just want to clarify something real quick. So regarding the bandit vehicles, we only talked about that because they're being used for prostitution and so forth. But we are implementing signage, correct? So we can take that off.
So abandoned vehicles, I think that was a broader discussion about the really significant. Councilmember Matias, I think, would like to respond to that.
So, Councilmember Gordon, real quick on that. So we're actually working on that item through the Public Safety Subcommittee.
Okay.
And so my hope is that there are some recommendations that come out of that discussion that we can then forward to the full body for consideration.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I thought I heard something about it, so I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
All right.
Through the mayor, we do have a member of the public that's been waiting patiently to speak if you're willing to hear her.
It's midnight. If they can speak quickly, we did already close public comment, but they are with us very late. Let's go ahead and have them on.
Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Thank you for staying on so late. I know we're all exhausted and there's been a lot of stuff we've been talking about. Whew. There's just some stuff that I had wanted to acknowledge from earlier from NAACP and from the Vallejo Homeless Union, specifically speaking to the inadequacy of our warming centers in this record-setting
So
dangerous
Cristal,
and
I'm
cold
gonna
weather.
pause you for a second. We're still on the council referral item. And if you're up for community forum, we should get to it fairly shortly. But if you have any comments on the referrals, were you here for
Thank
community
you.
forum?
Sorry. Yes, I was.
Okay,
That's what I was
perfect. Give
holding
us
for.
just a
Thank
second.
you.
We're almost there. I think we'll be there pretty soon, in the next 15 or so. Councilmember Matias.
Real quick,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure those Measure P items don't get lost in the sauce. So can they just be added to the list?
See, this is where this process is just awful, because that technically shouldn't be a council referral. That there should be a mechanism for that to just come to council, because that got passed by a commission. So that's not even in the scope of this item, but you shouldn't have to bring that up as a council referral when we get to future agenda items. That should just go into the queue because it came from our commission.
I agree, but since we don't have that process instituted, Councilmember Matias had asked me earlier if it can be acted upon tonight through this process, and I think that's okay, as long as a majority of the council supports it.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I just think this process is just absurd. But I fully support that being agendized. And I did want to see if any of my colleagues have objections to starting the Public Works quarterly updates in 2026, because that was something I said earlier, and I saw nods, but it's because that's more of an ongoing thing as opposed to a special project. That's just, we want Public Works and housing updates every quarter. Councilmember Gordon.
May I ask if we can do a vote so we can stay on, so we won't confuse our staff on that request, because I would definitely think it's important to take that. Can you just do an official vote, though?
I'm gonna try a motion right now so we can get out of here. I'm gonna move that we prioritize the following items from the referral list: tenant protections, the CFD, Mare Island update, economic development staffing, the short-term rentals, and the social nuisance ordinance, that we take the Measure P Commission's request for their agenda item, and that we begin the quarterly Public Works and Housing reports in Q1 of this coming year, or Q3 of the fiscal year, the January-March range. And we are eliminating from the list, if no one has objections to eliminating international conflicts, we're eliminating that in the Sonoma Boulevard Ad Hoc Committee, and we're eliminating the previous CFD item, which is getting superseded by this item. I'm seeing nods. Are we good to vote on that? Yeah, let's go ahead and vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you all. We have one more quick item.
Thank you for your help.
I anticipate being on the short side, which is back to item D, which is our SAB ordinance, and I'll ask our Deputy City Clerk to announce this item, and I'll ask our public commenters. This should be short, and we'll get to community forum right after it. Thank you for your patience.
Introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Vallejo amending Section 2.26.060A of Vallejo Municipal Code concerning meeting dates for the Surveillance Advisory Board, first reading.
All right, thank you. We'll open up public comment on this item, and I'll turn it over to our Chief Assistant City Attorney.
Mayor and Council, good evening. This is an ordinance Council asked us to bring back for consideration. This is the first reading tonight, so you're just introducing it, not adopting it yet. It'll be brought back at a future meeting for adoption. This ordinance is a revision to an existing ordinance, the ordinance that created the Surveillance Advisory Board. The change is really quite simple. It just changes the meeting dates from every other month to every month. It's on the third Thursday of each month. And also fixes a couple of typographical errors that we found during the process. And that completes my report.
All right, do we have public comment on this item? In person?
None in person.
None online. We still got 1:15. I'm going to use some discretion and maybe fast forward that. Do we have a motion on this item? And I think how do we word this motion? We introduce the ordinance, okay.
I move we introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Vallejo, amending Section 2.27.060A of the Vallejo Municipal Code concerning meeting dates for the Surveillance Advisory Board. First reading.
All right, thank you. Presuming we have not had anyone raise their hand online, which we have not, we'll go ahead and vote. Mhm.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. And I'm going to make a executive decision as the chair. We have nothing on the information calendar. Thank you, by the way. I'm going to make an executive decision to move up community forum because I know we have at least one person waiting. So we're going to go to 13 community forum, and then we'll come back to the city manager and city attorney's report. We do not have anyone in person, I believe, at this time. So let's go ahead and call our online speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. We have three speakers. First speaker is Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition. Please unmute yourself.
Thanks. Thanks for your patience tonight. So I just want to take us back and to the powerful testimony we heard from the Vallejo NAACP and from Eli, from the Vallejo Homeless Union, naming what a lot of Vallejo residents face every day, a system that fails to meet basic needs of our community. Eli was really right to call out the absolute inadequacy of our warming centers. We're experiencing record-setting temperatures right now, and the spaces that are meant to keep people alive are closed, under-resourced, or otherwise inaccessible. And it's a matter of priorities, not just, like a staffing issue. When we have no rent stabilization, no just cause protections, no anti-harassment ordinances, more people end up in housing precarity and eventually in warming centers. And as I say that, I want to genuinely thank this council for uplifting the importance of renter protections tonight. Naming that priority really matters, and I want to acknowledge that step. I really do. Vallejo residents have been waiting years for this to be centered, and hearing council members say it directly is really meaningful. I just want to gently push back a bit on deprioritizing international issues. Our neighboring city has showed the courage to do actually the opposite and stand with global movements in solidarity with struggling communities because they understand what Vallejo must understand. Local injustice and global injustice are connected. We know that many Vallejo residents are immigrants, refugees, working class. We have the most diverse city in the nation. Imagine that. Affected by war, displacement, and of course, U.S. foreign policy. So telling them that their global realities don't belong in local government, it's not just, inaccurate. It's actually pretty harmful. So the moral clarity we bring to global issues is the same clarity we have to bring to housing justice here at home. I also want to acknowledge the speaker, Anthony Summers, earlier. I believe that was his name. His hope, his grounding, and his reminder that as we think, so we become, that really matters. His encouragement without action becomes enablement. So we have to meet that with action. And tonight I'm asking you to take the commitments and turn them into action. In the future, we'll be looking at some tenant protection ordinances. I'm hoping we pass them immediately, that we fix the warming center failures and continue to build trust. That starts with us acknowledging our community's full humanity, both locally and globally, because they are really connected. So thanks again for naming renter protections tonight, a priority that really resonates a lot, not just with me, but with our community. So thank you. So let's make this priority real. Have a good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to add one quick clarification because I appreciate you bringing up the international item. The request was actually after the demonstrations a couple years ago. A council member had requested that the city of Vallejo pass an ordinance that the city would not take any positions on international matters. So that's what we removed, was drafting an ordinance that we would never take a position on international matters. So consistent with what you stated. And I'll go now to the next speakers.
Next speaker is Melvin Cohen. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and the community members. I'm in full support of the guidance shared by my colleague, Crystal Gallegos. And look, it is foggy and cold tonight. In Vallejo, we have more than 700 household unhoused residents with 98% unsheltered on any given night. It's 45 degrees right now, and it is cold. We have hundreds of people in our city that are sleeping outside with no warming shelter open to protect them, and people literally die in this type of weather. And at the same time, our families and seniors are facing extreme housing pressure. Our city has more than 1,500 households relying on federal rental assistance with no tenant protections. And if the proposed HUD cuts move forward, nearly 375 to about 1,000 of those households could lose the support that's keeping them stably housed. We could see evictions directly to the street, and it's already started. They will not fall back into functioning housing market. They'll fall into a system that's already short nearly 14,000 affordable homes across Solano County. And countywide, 87% of extremely low income households, including older adults, families with young children, and disproportionately black households, are already paying more than half of what they earn on rent. And 92% are severely cost burdened. And among black renters specifically, 94% are cost burdened and 36% are severely burdened. And so this means that nearly all of our lowest income residents are already on the edge of homelessness before any cuts occur. And we have to look honestly at what's already happening. And in homelessness in Solano County, it rose from 1,200 to 1,725 people in just 1 year, and it's growing. And Vallejo contains nearly half of the county's unhoused community. And during the same period, the number of interim housing beds dropped from 554 to 421. And in 2024, the region added no new home key or permanent supportive housing units, while the state and federal housing funds declined by 29%. And the Broadway project is still not open. Our system is losing capacity while the need is accelerating. And we're beyond a housing problem. This is a human stability crisis that's affecting our schools, our hospitals, seniors, families, and young people. And it touches every part of Vallejo's future. And this is exactly why Solano County and the city of Vallejo must invest now, not later, in transitional housing, food system infrastructure, community resilience hubs, tenant protections, rent stabilization board, and stabilization programs that prevent families, seniors, and youth from falling into homelessness. And without this intervention, we're not facing a slow, predictable rise in homelessness. And we're facing a humanitarian displacement level. And so how many lives do we need to lose before we get aggressive with making the changes necessary to preserve lives? And though I appreciate the efforts towards progress communicated tonight, we need to move faster. And what we need to do now is be collective, working with each other and moving forward before a crisis deepens. And so thank you for your time, but we got to move.
Thank you.
And our last speaker is Chris iPad. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Chris Platzer, 187 Baxter Street. I have a question and a comment. My question is, 3 years ago, the city installed charging stations in all of the parking lots downtown, J, L, M, and K. As soon as they were installed, the cabinets and their charging cables were chopped off. What's up with that? Because I'm convinced that if you have charging stations downtown, people who charge their cars might spend time during the time that they're spending charging their cars, might shop and dine in Vallejo. I understand there might be a challenge with PG&E providing the energy to those charging stations, but it just seems odd that they haven't been energized. My comment is to do with the Causeway Bridge rehabilitation and the removal of the medallion that is on the East Tower that is iconic as far as Mare Island is concerned. I hope that that emblem will be restored and pay tribute to Mare Island and what it represents as far as all the men and women who are from Vallejo, who worked on that island, that contributed so much, that should be reestablished so that we can all honor and see what potential exists on Mare Island, especially in terms of talking about shipbuilding and all the potential jobs that might exist on that island. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. That is all for our community forum. Thank you again to everyone who waited to speak with us. That's going to bring us back now to item 11, which is our city manager's report.
All right, a few items to provide updates on. The keys for the Broadway project were handed over to Shelter Inc. today, and we're expecting tenanting to start on Monday, and that we will achieve our 90% tenanted by the end of this month, so that's a great milestone. The private security guards went live back on Monday, 11/24. VPD plans to assess the impact of that program mid-January and report out to the city council and the community. We'll be having a kickoff meeting later this week with the consultant, the Roosevelt Group, that'll be supporting us in pursuing federal maritime funding, so that's exciting. Over at the Army Reserve Building, as you know, that site had been partially cleaned up by a nonprofit. Contractors for the Army were on site last week or earlier this week, looking at the interior of the building and exterior to determine what would be needed for demolition. And we're still in conversation with the Army about having their contractor come out and continue to do the remaining cleanup work on the exterior. And I think those are my updates for this evening. Thanks.
Thank you. That's going to bring us to our city attorney's report. Nothing to report. All right, that will take us to request an action for future agenda items or special projects. I'm going to say, let's hope I see Councilmember Gordon. All right.
This is kind of scary. I was wanting to ask my colleagues if we can consider that we pause on this for right now, just until we can get everything moving forward. But yes, but one of the things were that I would like to consider if we was to do something for future projects is to get a safety light out here. I've been asking for that because I was here the other day for one of the commissions, and as I was getting in a car went right by them, but the person felt so bad because they didn't see the person at all. They literally pulled to the side of the road, make sure the person was okay. They didn't hit them, but they were shook up. So just that we need to get a safety light out here. That's my only request.
Great. Councilmember Lettichu. We're on future items right now. All right, that is, I would say, again, to our conversation earlier, we need a better process for agendizing because we really should have had the warming center on this month. And I think the agenda for next week's already published. So if the city can provide an update, a public update on the warming center at some point, we'll go ahead to the report of presiding officer and members of the city council. Does anyone have anything to report on the city council? Councilmember Lettichu? Or do you want me to skip you so you have a second? Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Gordon.
I just want to say, I hope everyone had a safe Thanksgiving holiday. I want to say I had a really great time at the winter celebration with the Mad Hatter Parade. It was so wonderful that our city of Vallejo did not let the cold weather stop them from showing up. I want to thank publicly Frank and his team for putting on a wonderful, exciting program. I got a chance to participate in the train. I guess I think I heard them to say it was the first time I've ever been on a parade. And so to see so many people come out, it just shows you how hungry they are to be part of the city. And they showed up thick. And I just was so happy to see that. And also to my report was that I want to thank Sergeant Hollis for doing the neighborhood watch / business watch meetings. people have also showed up to those meetings. And not only do they show up because they want to get information, but they will be part of the solution too. And so if that was really great. I did hear one of the feedbacks was, I guess a couple of years ago, the city manager, and I don't know if it wasn't with you, I don't think, that we do a tour to have the city attorney there, have yourself there, and each of our districts. I think that was one of the things, I guess they were reminding us that they would like to see that again, for you all to come into their community. So I heard that. And my last thing I'd like to report out is we are about to come up to 1 year, and I'm very honored to be here. And I thank the city of Vallejo for trusting me to be here. So that's my part.
Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make one comment this evening. A little over a month ago, while we were having, we're providing direction to city staff to bring back the discussion around SNAP benefits and the local government's response to said item. I also called out the need for us to have a discussion around our response or our procedures and our responses to immigration enforcement in our community. I've experienced sitting on this board for almost a year now that sometimes I'll ask for things, they get commingled into other items, and then it gets lost in the sauce. And I would like, especially with an item as serious as that, for that practice to stop. If I'm asking for an item, I would like for that item to be considered separately. So that's just a sort of general comment to my colleagues. And on that note, I would like the city manager to, again, agenda has been published for next week. It is what it is, but as part of your report out next week, just really walk through what ordinances have been passed here in the city of Vallejo, and what is our process in the event that we're notified that there's immigration enforcement activity in our community. I was very direct and specific, and we only covered one half of it. So would like to see city manager, even if it's a brief report out, followed by some communication that gets shared out with the public, that be acted on soon. Thank you.
Councilmember Letters.
So, a couple things. Our District 1 County Supervisor, in collaboration with a couple of us, on December 17th from 5 to 7 p.m. at Ethnic Notions, we're doing a holiday food and toy drive. On December 20th from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the Solano County Fairgrounds, the Boys and Girls Empowerment Group will be doing a toy drive and actually passing out toys and so forth and on to different families. And then in addition, Assembly Member Lori Wilson is doing Accessible Transportation Town Hall Series, and it'll be tomorrow from 9 to 12 at the County Administration Center. And then I also, probably this morning, I posted on social media my letter. And I've had this conversation with the city manager, and we have had this conversation around the warming center. In the early spring, there was an expectation that when it became cold weather, we would have a warming center. And I recognize we have a policy that says we need to have 2 consecutive days that are 35 degrees. And I will tell you, I'm really dismayed that we have not gotten there. And I acknowledge that our ACM Conley put out an RFP. She came here in July. This request was made in early spring. So I do appreciate the work that she has done. I recognize that we didn't have a responsive individual or organization, and we asked that city staff would reach out to our CBOs to determine what the barriers are. So I'm acknowledging that there's been work done, but I'm also acknowledging that that work started really late, and it should have started quite early when we made that request. And I find it very disconcerting that we don't think it's important that individuals are sleeping outside. And I want to remind us as a community that there are individuals that we don't see who are sleeping in their cars. We have our babies, our children, sleeping in their cars with their parents. You may not know some of those kids, but I've met some of those children. We have seniors who are sleeping outside. Regardless of what we might think about someone who is unhoused, we are a humane community. We are Vallejo, and we are a city that operates with humanity. It is extremely cold, and I have been extremely worried about, would we find someone dead because it is so cold? And while it is your discretion, city manager, to figure out how we could do something, and while we don't have a perfect system, but I can guarantee if we could figure out something, we could ask volunteers. There are many things that we can do. And it's very uncomfortable for me each and every day as I have been feeling the cold. My heater has been on nonstop. It has been extremely cold. The fog is here. It's unacceptable, it's unresponsible as leadership to think that this is okay. And I am not okay with where we are today, where our unhoused individuals are sleeping outside and trying to be warm. I have watched individuals. It's very cold. We're all bundled up. And I can guarantee everyone in this room has a heater on. And so I challenge our city manager to determine how we are going to get this resolved ASAP. It's unacceptable. And as a city council member, I am not going to opine and say this is okay. I come from a family where my grandmother, from a young child to my adult age, even through college, we bought brand new blankets. And we went out and we gave blankets to the unhoused during the cold weather. And it was not an option, it was a demand that we participated. We were taught that care and empathy is not seasonal, but it is all the time. And I am disappointed in us that we have not opened up a warming center during this cold season. And there is no county, or no city, rather, that has the policy that we have at 35 degrees. The CDC will tell you at 40 degrees, that weather, that inclement weather is very dangerous, especially to our children and our elderly. And hypothermia is real. So again, I say to us as leadership that we need to do more and we have to do better. And we can do more and we can do better. Thank you.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And looking back through the calendar, to my realization, we haven't had a regular council meeting since November 4th. And so there's been a little report out of what we as a council have been doing since then. And so scrolling through my calendar, there's quite a few things and events that we as a council have been to, not only myself, but a lot of my fellow council members. Starting with November 11th, we had the Veterans Day memorial ceremonies over at the cemetery, and also right behind here in City Hall. I know Councilmember Matias and I, we actually had our CAB and CAC what is that, Culture and Arts Commission interviews that we did. So I know on the 16th, we have our appointments for the commissions coming up. We also had the CC Sabathia Recognition Day that many of us attended. So, and then also, I wasn't there at that one, so. And then speaking to Councilmember Gordon's, so someone went. Yes, I unfortunately was not, because I think I was probably out of town at that time. So yes. So thank you to my colleagues that did attend that event. So appreciate that. But thank you to Sergeant Hollis that's held 2 beat watches already, in beat 1 and also in beat 2, and we have another. He has another one coming up in tomorrow. And then once again, to echo Councilmember Gordon, thank you to Frank Malafrondo for once again doing an excellent job with the Mad Hatter Parade. I think even through the cold that it was, we had a great turnout. And so I would like to put a plug into I think we as a city, for an event such as that is such a nostalgic event for Vallejoans, that we try and have the opportunity to support him and his efforts a lot more moving forward. I know he's going to be stepping back a little bit from that, but that is a traditional event and a parade for Vallejo that many Vallejoans can relate to, and many people from the surrounding cities come here for that. So I would like to think that we are going to continue that tradition that Frank has established for years and decades over the time. So, and then to continue my efforts to help and to kind of speak to Daniel Boone's comment of let's spend locally for with the holiday season coming up. I would like to put a shout out to close friends of mine, Mark and LV Victa. They own a Christian novelty store called Every Day is a Gift on Springs Road. And for those that may not know their story, they actually had a tragic family accident that happened, that they've always been very strong and spiritual people, and to them that has led them to opening the store. So I would like to hope that people would visit them during the holiday season to get their novelty and spiritual, inspirational and motivational items over there. And they're located at 2515 Springs Road. And once again, the name of the store is Every Day is a Gift by them. So thank you.
All right, I will close us out this evening very briefly. One more event to flag for community members, the Vallejo Evaluation Team, which is our monitor and as part of our police reform efforts with the California Department of Justice. They are in town this week hosting a community meeting tomorrow, December 10th, from 6 to 7:30 in the Vallejo room. And I will be at the STA meeting, but we had really good turnout at the last community meeting, and I think it's really important for the community to be heard as part of this process, so I hope that folks will be able to attend. And then I want to give a thank you and a follow up on the conversation that happened off mic. The new sheriff, Brad Dewall, swore in last month and had his swearing in at St. Peter's Chapel on Mare Island. He had served in the Navy and was actually based at Mare Island, and that's what brought him out to the area. So it was really touching for him to do his swearing in Vallejo, but also given that the sheriffs are going to be providing us support starting in January, it was really fitting and glad for several of us were able to attend that and be part of it. And then I'll close with a thank you in addition to what was said about Mad Hatter. When I was asked by the organizers what vehicle I wanted, I recalled that last year Santa had hit a pothole in his sleigh and made the decision to go in a public works truck. And I want to thank, along with the school board president, John Fox, and I want to sincerely thank the public works team for putting that together on short notice, effectively bungeeing 2 chairs into the back of a pickup truck, and for humoring us with the various ribbons and things that we were able to buy at Grocery Outlet and spray snow to spruce up the truck. I just had such a wonderful time hanging out with Rodney and the whole team who were also managing the event. It was the PW team that was doing the logistics and traffic for the event, and we just had a wonderful time. So in addition to having a little fun this year, I think we may have a tradition on our hands because we have already come up with ideas for how we're going to level up the truck decor in the future. So huge shout out to the PW team. I know we get a lot of flack for our streets, and I want to highlight the people that are doing the work to repair the streets day in, day out. That is going to be more and more visible as time passes. With that, we will adjourn. Oh, that is a good point. We the Grand Marshal for Mad Hatter was Freddie Stone, the brother of Sly Stone and co-founder of Sly and the Family Stone, and he was amazing and brought down the house. So that was another really touching tribute at that event. And with that, I will adjourn us at 12:43 a.m.